Let's hit start. Right. You can very much tell where I'm looking. This the eye tracking on this app is just so good, honestly. You can, I mean, you can obviously not tell where I'm looking on my screens, but like, you can definitely tell when I'm looking on my second screen. It's very noticeable. And I think I've already trimmed it in so it doesn't look too bad, but like, Christ, it still does a lot. Okay, well. I think we can get going before we get stuck in too long. I forgot to launch the software yet. I was about to say, oh yeah, right, it just went blank when I had my admin prompt. Yeah, we're gonna deal with this. So, this looks good, this looks good. Again. So, let us continue where we left off last night. So, we have added to the custom actions, which is this class which functions as the collection of, well, it doesn't quite collect all the custom actions anybody creates. The custom actions are still collected in, let me just go over here, in settings, there, in this list. But we have modified the custom action container to now take a dictionary of properties, which changes how this works. We still have the parameters, because we need to allow migration for all the systems, but I haven't implemented that. What I will probably do is set in the setter for it, write a custom setter for it. So when the JSON deserializes this object, parameters are still there, but the setter will immediately fill in the properties for it. So that allows us to deal with that entire problem very elegantly. But yeah. Yes, technically stored in the settings, but custom actions always with register custom actions registers them historically through, iterates through these items, and then historically checked if, hey, is this in simple string functions or numeric functions, and then adds this function with these properties. We are changing the game slightly by having one custom action. Well, the custom action helper is still here, but it's no longer type bound like this. And it takes the custom action function and there we create is custom action functions, and there's the new thing. An iCustom action function, which implements the map and run function, the get required properties, the optional properties, and get possible values, which makes creating stuff easier, and then you make a new one for each function we want to implement, which makes some stuff. But yeah, instead of having an array that contains our values, we just have a dictionary with the properties, and that is universal. Every single function just gets dictionary passed into, and then the function has to figure out where it can take the values that it needs, and then it retrieves the values and pumps them into the actual function that needs to be run, in this case set current program scene, because that's the one we've so far implemented. That's the one we're going to test with. Right. Okay. Good. Our new interface. We need to set up a few things still in the model here. So the set function here sets the property changed for it. This is something I wrote last night. Still, we think this here will probably throw an error if there are no optionals. That will probably just literally crash the thing because no optional. Then we need to also disable a button. Probably just make a public boolean as optional, and we write into there that it has a getter. Come on. Where were we? It's up slightly. Didn't quite get like this. We could, well, we could run actually the same function up here that sets optional here, which is we retrieve this here. Get the func briefly, check if there's a func, if there isn't, and then we get this here as the return. And then when the function has been updated, we call at the end here property changed name of has optional. Boom. That does that trick. Because then we can go back over here and add to the new button. Basically disable the new button when it's no options. Technically we can also disable the delete button then, because there's no point in the delete button being alive if it's, if there's no optionals, right? Property selection change. Right, it's like this here, right? So enabled, and bind this one to binding of has optional. Otherwise it shouldn't be enabled. We can also disable the other one on this. However, we're also disabling that one manually, so let's just leave the lead to be manually disabled then. That's fine. It can be manually disabled then. Probably should, yeah, we should probably launch the delete as disabled at the beginning. Enabled false. So, because we do enable delete here by properties. maybe currently we're not doing that. Box drop down opens. Yeah, but don't check right now if this is fine. Although it should no longer allow this if we we can, however, run still this. We can technically just to make sure copy this code here again. Although what is the point if I can? Because if I could call if model dot has optional, it's not a fixed value. This value changes whenever it's called. Because it's effectively a function. It's not a property really. It's function value. It's just we're sneaking a function call here. Let's do it the other way around. It does not have optionals, then return and also model dot. Oh, on property changed is not a public function. Property not changed. Oh, it's a protected. I see. So I can't call this function. Could however force a call of this function by changing the function value here by effectively getting and setting the same value back, which would trigger an on-property change. It would, however, also rattle through this entire code base, which, yeah, I mean, I guess that does it, but like, could I make this public without breaking the entire code base? Perhaps, but what also could happen is that the feature that it has that is call a member name probably breaks when you set this to public. No? Okay, then I guess we're just gonna make this internal for now. So we can just call on property changed. Name of model dots as optional. Right. Which this call will disable the button in a very roundabout way. Yeah, that works. So I have insurance that the the new button doesn't do anything as long as it's not supposed to do anything. Collection that provides notifications on items that get added, removed, or when the whole list is refreshed. Yeah, in this case we don't need that because we just changed the list out completely. Thingy, we do the same thing here because that also doesn't have like anything behind it. Just can't leave the data type there on that one. And numeric order. Right, that's all good stuff. Spell name against the data. Okay, good. Possible value needs to also be a thing. String array. This, we just need this function here, and it runs on get owner dot probably it's better to make a full bracket on this one, else we're gonna struggle to just write this thing. It's a bit much of a struggle. Get owner dot function this, yeah. Do I have a check that null pointers can't occur on this function here? Let's briefly check that. Well, we do contains key, but contains. Oh wait, that has an argument null exception. Why? Why? It can't. Select can't obviously contain null. Technically, it could. Make that also like why do you throw? Ah. Yep. Throw argument null exception. Yep, that would literally throw a null pointer if you feed a null in here. God, why is this like this? Name is unequal null, and this. This will prevent the function from self-destructing effectively, because it would be utterly bound to do that when we do this call here. Okay, retrieving func, and then on func we do func dot get possible values, where we feed its owner dot build properties, and then oh yeah, right, we don't have access to the plugin, but the owner has access to the plugin. See, doing fun stuff here. owner dot again. Yeah, plugin has to be set the owner, or and technically it could be not set. But we're running a lot of question marks here. And here we can safely say this dot name. Possible values, which is a string array, which we can just return at once. Or I think we want to make sure that's not null. And I'm now going to take a nap. Gambatte senpai. I will see what I can do. Let's see if this entire thing breaks when it returns a null pointer here. In case. Probably should, I think. Maybe. Possible values, and now we need to include over here in the here for value combo box we need to include the item source, and it is binding possible values. The other thing that is left is that we need to update possible values whenever the name is changed and whenever function changes. Technically, we need to also update when other properties are changed, which makes this hilariously complicated. Technically, that makes it quite as well. Fun stuff. What's the thing? Name if possible. That needs to be updated. How would you go about this? Is that you can change a value. If you're creating, I think mainly with value changes, and requires me that you could force this. Yeah, value changing requires let's limit this, right? If this starts this is required, then return no. Actually, I've just realized something. We are creating new rows that don't have an owner. Owner equals here we create new rows, and these don't have the owners of items that fill up the page here. Here we do also another time creating new model. Let's here setting action container. Actually, on setting action container, it sets the all the problems. Here set because set the function here before. Probably should set that afterwards. So it configures all of them to have wire. Anymore, so we're gonna play with this here. Okay. So, yeah. Something required, we're gonna go over. This. No check here. Row dots. One check. Actually, I got this here. Oh yeah, run this also here again. With the name as well. So makes sense. Although, now you don't post the value. So, there was like considering that this may cause some issues. In case, because when the function is assigned, it will change, cause on function change here, and then it may set if something is required or not. But that doesn't matter for the on function change. On function change does not do anything with this. This only changes the possible values. Possible values, however, changes based on the name of this function. But when the name gets passed over here, we also update the possible values. So that deals with that problem. So, effectively, if the value gets changed, we go through all the rows and update the possible values. Just in case. Technically, we could also just call possible values. Let's go back to it. And just call this here. Function change here. Just update possible values. Well, actually, possible names can be also changed. Because we could now be pointing to a different filter, so the possible values, possible names that have changed. Right. Good, we save with this function for now. Not sure if it deals with that problem. Anything else? Yeah, this make sure the stuff is also now assigned the owner correctly, so all the right. Okay then, what else we need? Update. Which function have we so far used, Beth? I think how we used the default. We're using all of them, I think. We're calling here the get possible values. We call here get optional properties, and then we call here the required properties. So we call all of them, and the math and run is obviously not necessary. So this should maybe. Should have just compiled. Ooh, no, it doesn't compile. Whoa, something else. Ah, because over here Toggle input even was a custom action helper. He was using this thing. Ah, I've been using the old custom action helper. That's what I'm obviously going now. Make some. Get these skills of all these sorts of names. Wait, didn't I actually, yeah, I've solved this? I don't know why this comment is still here, because this has been in the past working. We did have, because this is actually the function stuff. Hello there, how are you doing? I just yesterday I wanted to attempt a benchmark to Half-Life, and similarly today the benchmark to Half-Life. Also because when I left off a program that might not even be functional, so considering I've run the software when I'm racing, I kind of yeah, how do I solve this? Because we changed how the action helper works now. They each errors for the string, and this is my property that runs this function. This is way too elaborate for what has to be done over here. Oh, great. I've had this bug on Discord before, but it is very difficult to realize that it's happening without actually hearing it. Also, my volume is now louder. How? How is this louder? Before I was struggling to like get close to 20 decibel. I guess I talked myself up to this volume. But I was not monitoring my audio. Oh, great. Thanks for pointing it out. It's very annoying with this. I might need to actually buy a normal microphone just to use Discord. Yeah, I know. It's fine now. It's not just for streaming. Hmm. Can I create a second custom action helper that takes properties but has a similar name? Because then I can still keep the old one around and have it function for class, some action. It's not a custom action then. Let's make a new class, honestly. The action helper can't take any properties, but we could actually just make a subtype of this. Let's probably sensible to go in here, make a new class, and call it a value action helper. Public. That's not quite what I want. We could in this case actually just go over here and go back into the SimHub helper, I think. Some action helper. And then just literally copy the code over to the value action helper. Just with the change that we would have to rename this briefly. Value action helper. Gonna do is change a thing here. We're gonna take the parameter t instead of an object, and then output t, out param. That will do the job a bit better now. So, and this will be changed to a value action helper. Because there's only a single change, which is we don't pass an array and we just pass a single value that needs to be outputted. Why are you still complaining this is? It was literally defined over here. You're bitching and moaning now about. I guess you need to import the other one. Oh! Oh, this operates on a different namespace than it should. Right. Namespace no longer exists, and it's no longer needed because it was a different namespace. Right, that's a bit confusing, but shouldn't be a problem at this point anymore. So, oh great, this function is deprecated. Oh, we have some stuff we need to fix in terms of deprecation then. The question is, who did deprecate it? Did I deprecate this function or not? Did I deprecate this? For my own sakes, or They screw something up. We call it a separate thread, yeah. I allowed myself a joke here. But the thing this can actually now return is vStream, so I should try that. Technically, if something isn't defined as service, if service equals null, then we're just setting it to the streaming service type. Which probably in this case stream service settings server. Don't know what it would return there. Probably RTMP is? That might have changed for Twitter, this address. Good. Facebook. Because basically go over the URL and just check if the URL where you're streaming to contains certain things. So you can figure out which service type it is. Yeah, but we should now compile finally because I fixed the last bug. Right, SimHub here finally. Don't need this. Action alpha will be closed. Custom action helper can be closed likely. We just need the code for all of these things here. Right. So new is only set current scene available and it doesn't generate anything. Brilliant. We immediately run into a problem. It should have generated some here, but like it just didn't, or it did it forget to like update this thing, which would be weird. We added stuff to it, so it should have updated. Alright. Well, the window's just gone in hiding. Right, but why did we not? Because the required property should return a required list of properties that are required. Why is this like immediately not working? Some actions close that, we can need that, so we don't need the help for it now. Why did this like, can we get into this function if we change this? It doesn't matter. Okay. Good, new one. So. Okay, rows is empty. Well, yeah, it is empty because we're setting this thing up right now. So, let's hit this line and see what we get there. So optional is false. Yep, that's correct. Required has nothing. Okay, that shouldn't be returning nothing. Okay, well, Re has a scene name in it, so why did you not add the... Oh, I'm stupid. I've just noticed I'm stupid. I adding to required. This would duplicate every object in this list, but like, obviously this doesn't work when you're like, obviously it doesn't add the required values if you add fucking nothing to it. Congratulations, I played myself. Because I only have one, I need to like close the window and reopen it if I wanna test something. Create stuff. Select it, delete it, it will disappear, but don't have anything selected. It works. It's the current scene. And there goes the error. Well, that's interesting. Null value. Oh wait. Avoid value is null right now. Because it is because it hasn't bound to the UI element yet, so it's funny, like we actually got through the part that I expected it would die on. Oh wait, it wouldn't die because all the rows right now are required, so it won't remove any. That's why we survived so far, because I'm pretty sure still that this function should throw an exception on us. Can we just leave this alone? Can you just continue living? Yeah, okay, good, fine. We'll just convince it's like, yeah, just leave it for now. We've got to fix it at the moment. Actually, we could just put question marks here to avoid it doing this again. Although values should not be null, they should be in that case. Well, actually we can just do this here. Item.value equals item.value unequal null, then returns item value, or return an empty string. Jesus, you can simplify this to this extent? Okay, well then, we're gonna use that. Our name as well, just to make sure we don't self-destruct like this. And this also solves the problem of some stuff being null. Okay then. Yes. Well, why is new enabled? New should not be enabled. Hello new, why are you enabled? You definitely should not be enabled. Boy oh boys. Probably from all the errors. What? What the fuck? We're doing a null check here. That was the entire point of it. How the fuck does the null check null point now? That is a new one. What? Why are you nullifying? Oh wait, yeah, the problem was it was still executing this line, not this line. Because I hadn't pushed the code change. And when I pushed the code change, it did crash the entire debugger. Well, that makes sense now. A lot of sense, suddenly. Oh, that is painful to figure out. Wait. Okay, good. Oh, now that's not a good sign. We're recursing here. This is like a recursion call. We've inadvertently caused recursion because we was calling name change possible values. Okay. possible names. And we call this one on function change when the value gets changed. Oh god. We calling view here? Value. Possible names dot the 24 frames above were repeated 447 times. Owner.get possible names. Possible names requires us to build the properties. But to build the properties, we need we do a null check on this value here. Okay, should only run once. How functions. This is a value change results that we update all the function rows. Updating all the function rows will result in updating all the possible names. To update the possible names, we need to update the possible names. On property change possible names will result in possible names dot get being possible names being called, which results in, you guessed it, building the properties. Because for some reason this, when we don't even change the, when you change the value once of this thing, it blows the entire stack up. Holy hell, this is tight stuff. I think we're just gonna resort to you know, passing the value like this into it. Just doing this and leaving it all alone. Just nope the fuck out of here. We're not doing this again. Stack Overflow, however, means likely that the rebuild imply changes. Because yeah, Stack Overflow is just crash out, right? C names, property can't be changed, but we can enter a value, and we'll go down to values. Here, my list of seeds. Brilliant. This actually does what it is supposed to do. This looks great. Let's stream start here and make this test action. Great. So, then let's go over here, briefly go to events, new mapping here, and then search for SimHubOBS test. Trigger action now. Boom! That is the utter beauty of this thing. Just desktop and we'll back here. So, now, delete the thing. Yes. Still use this prompt to delete stuff. Current edit still doesn't load anything in. Need to change the code for that. But probably first we need to change how these are still stored and processed. That's gotta be fun. And implement all the other functions that have already existed. Let's do that, I think. Start off with that. Set current scene. Which functions do we need to create now? Some custom actions, okay. And then we need set current profile. preview scene. Close these things here because we don't need them in this moment. Right now we just need to create all of them. Set current scene collection. I don't know how many people actually use this one, but okay. Set current transition. Scene transition and set current scene transition duration. I think they have been in the past, like, you could call them in one function call, technically, I think, maybe? Which would make sense, but like also just, I don't know, keep them separate, I guess, that may make also sense. Set current transition. MF source enabled, source disabled, and source toggle. Gosh, this entire scene item helper. That would actually, I could just implement into the scene item helper could just implement in the scene item helper the functions for this, because this is what's currently done. It is implemented the scene item helper to make this work. Technically, I could also simplify them down to one. Although, no, I can't quite actually. I could simplify them down to two. Did I create this class over? Not yet. Let's do that. Let's deal with the scenes afterwards, I think. So, that's all of the functions. Well, besides the scene ones. These here and this here. These are the helper functions for searching values. So I'm gonna look at those as we start implementing stuff. The public class, which implements my custom action function. Implement interface. And then we need a I do this with current scene. This just copy it out, paste it over here. So turn and all possible values. Again, how do I do this again in current scene? I think it might make sense to just copy this code and use it everywhere for now. Just recycle this code base. So I use a profile helper here. Technically, I could have probably put these things into the you know, profile helpers and stuff. But yeah, this does still, I think, do the job well enough, I suppose. Profile helper. Function we're using now is set current profile. We're gonna briefly check on this one and figure out JSON object will be a profile name. So gonna use the property that's gonna be used here as name profile name. So the thing is, it works very similar for a lot of these. Just has subtle things changed. But in my opinion, it's probably the best way of going about it. I mean, previous scene does work very similar to... You know, we could, in this case, for previous scene, go into not overriding, not just use set current scene. Constructor, yep, that does the job. Here's already with this problem. Then the one change that we're gonna do, set current scene, is this function here. It'll be a virtual function. Then we can go into set previous scene and override it. Map and run. This check needs to be done. Technically, I would need to check probably if the preview is on, but like whatever, gonna not even care about that part. Well, I think not checking over here either if that's running works correctly. Set. No, we don't. Set previous scene. We do have to change also something in SimHubOBS, and it is insert current scene, and it is protected, so we have access to it in previous scene. WebSocket, it's a previous scene too. Scene name. Okay. Well then. So that's job current profile. Yep, that works. Scene collection works differently to scenes. Scene collection. This no longer needs to be a virtual function. This will not override anything further. Current scene collection. Scene collection name. I have a scene collection. How did I do this over here again? Set current scene collection. A simple list help. Okay, that did this. What does this return even? Yeah, list of string. So that makes it technically very easy to parse, because we can just then go here to plugin.obs WebSocket dot get scene collection list dot during. So that does that. A lot of unused values here, it's just you don't need to. Oh, that's why it is complaining that these are not necessary, because we hadn't implemented the scene. If we haven't implemented that part yet. Alright, well, it's now implemented. Good. Transition. We shall switch teams, yeah? Set current scene transition, custom action function. Then we're gonna carbon copy this code over again. Oh wait, I made the thing actually accessible on a higher level than it should have been. Right, scene collection, yeah, this can be private in here. Profile, it's fine, because I haven't done it there yet. Set current scene, no, that's set current transition. Private. Transition helper. So I'm just gonna source that one as well for this purpose. Transition helper. Because yeah, you can see that there's some because they're like returning transition settings out of these, and it's just like, nah, I'm not gonna put up with this stuff. Right. Okay. Set current scene transition. Okay. Transition name. So, in transition, that works. Problem with carbon copy coding is you can easily make mistakes while doing so. I think this has to drop now. Okay, and then we need to do one final one, that is transition duration. Public extraction function. Possible values for return null as well, in this case. Duration. Okay, because here we now need to do some fun stuff, because this is an integer value. And we need to make sure this value is actually an integer. Session duration. Okay. Well, I could do an as cast. That could also work. Well, you didn't try, I guess. I think what I want to do is here do a double. Double val. And then do an try parse. Properties. Transition duration. Exists at least ends without val. Okay. We define this as none. And we're gonna obviously cast this over to an integer. Why I do this is because there's a high likelihood, especially when we get within SimHub it to work, that we can take values from properties. Then we need to. Then there's a high likelihood that the numeric value you get there is actually a floating point number. So we would like to just retrieve a floating point number and then just cast it to an integer. Because if you do a retrieve function for an integer, and it is a string that is a floating point number, the parser will just fail on it immediately. Because, oh no, there's a dot in my number. I don't know what to do. I'm only here to pass integers. And it's like, brah. Go screw yourself. That is annoying with it. But we can deal with that. At least this way. But in case it isn't one, we're gonna do a SimHub log error. Good, let's just inline that. Anything else we need to? Alright, so we set up all three of these. Okay then. Profile. Collection. Collection. Scene. Yeah, previous scene. Transition. And one more time, set current transition duration. So, then we can basically get rid of most of these displays, except for the scene ones, because they aren't set up yet. Right. Oh yeah, I would like to change to this, which... so, yeah, let's just do that. So, scene item helper. Because we need this function specifically. We need this function here, kind of. Why do we actually check here? Oh, we need to check here because we need to retrieve the scene. We need to retrieve the scene item ID. Otherwise, if this isn't connected, it can literally blow up in its own face. So that needs to be very carefully treaded on for enabling and disabling scenes. Otherwise, you would just utterly destroy it. I could briefly reset my tracking. Oh, I need to, I guess, be tabbed into VNN. Well, I have it open right now on my main screen. Move it over here. Right. Okay then. Right. But yeah, this is the main code stuff. And for toggle, it does all of this here. Are these functions ever... Well, yeah, this is private. These are public, obviously, but who calls them ever? Who at any point will call on them? Well, simple string functions is the only one that mentions any of them, I guess. Which means we could just purge them out of the scene item helper. So we don't need it over here. It's interesting because I need the get list function, right? Which means I need to kind of instantiate the scene item helper. Because the get list otherwise is a bit less fun to figure out. Now, when is this actually even being used? I think the only time this is find our references. Key and custom actions, okay. Scene item helper, that's scene item helper. What? But that's the same line. Oh wait. It is looking for the scene item helper class, so when it gets a variable gets declared with this, and when a variable gets instantiated with it, which is why there are two separate listings of it. God, is this stupid. In any case, this is the only time the scene item helper is used either, so what we could likely do is just migrate the scene item helper from a list helper, where we don't need it because we don't need it to get current, we just need all of these functions here. That's the fun stuff. That's the only stuff we actually kind of need. Okay, so scene item helper, let's literally migrate you over to custom actions. Okay. Move the file over. We're gonna change your package to SimHubOBS custom action function. Oh wait, no, that's wrong. So helper custom action. And you now implement custom action. We don't need this function anymore. This will become instead the get possible values function. Now, there is a quirk with this entire system that if you change a scene, you get different scene items to toggle, so this is fun, I guess, to deal with. Because if you change the scene while this program is running, it would no longer be able to update. This function would not be called again. The problem that I'm trying to come out with is in our, let's just open the UI for visualizing it. Yeah. So we have entered our functions at scene items at like selected. We have selected select scene items, and there's nothing that's gonna update the value list, which scene we're gonna which actually source in OBS we want to toggle on and off. That one won't be updated anymore due to the fact that there's no reason for in how my thing is written that it would trigger another refresh of the get possible values function, because the name of the property isn't changed, the function isn't changed, but the possible values could change because I press on a different scene in OBS. So yeah, that is a thing. we may need to pay a bit attention to. In any case, let's get back to this. Get possible values. That's this. Good. We need to also implement. Oh wait, that needs also the entire function section ledger. Right. Possible values need this here, not just nothing. Get optional properties. Nope, we're not gonna. Actually, we could add an optional property for like which scene you want to do it in. But you know, we're just not gonna do that right now. Let's not think about that. And get required properties, which will be no. In this case, the scene item name. Okay. We'll rename to source name, which is which is also what we're actually listing up here. Source name, fun stuff. We don't have, however, the map and run function here set up. Map and run. Okay. So what we could do, instead of making 3 clones of this entire thing, right? Which only override the map and run function to enable this function, or this function, or this function. We could just, you know, make a branch. Just make a, I don't know, enum here at the top that we pass in that will decide which type this is, and we don't need to think about it again. Because map and run just gets then this information check, because we need to still retrieve the which source we want to change. But yeah, we could just then to make this a little bit like manageable in terms of like how many freaking properties I have in this thing. We just make here a public enum. Fortunately, because that's what the enums are good for in C.NET, not like Rust enums that are basically gods. You could do the same stuff also with Rust enums, but they're very powerful. What would this be called then? Mode. And mode would be either enable, disable, toggle. Simple. And we need a private mode. Oh. Actually, naming it mode I think will cause trouble. Yeah, because it's the same name as already something in here, which is a bit of an issue. So, thing mode, and that's this. Switch operating mode. Enable. toggle break, good. Basic requirements, so this program can actually start. We could do in this case the check for if the plugin is running as up here. Otherwise we have and we can also pass the item ID already into them, because we can figure that also out. Figure out this. Item name comes from C's source name. I think this stands for visibility. Source name value not defined. Good. This is a vague enough error that you can't tell if it is enable, disable, toggle, which is good enough for us actually. So, scene, we get the item ID. Just can remove that here. We can also do the check if the ID is 1. We're starting to be where it's like, oh wait, we need to do this check before we do the other ones. Anything else? This needs to be run first. Make sure the program doesn't explode. Then we check if the item ID is null. For toggle, this code needs to run. For this needs to run. This was set to true. And this needs to be set to false. So, we should be able now to... These functions are completely unused now. Well, not quite. These functions are private. Good. That means we can get rid of all of them. And then rename the entire class, I think, to set scene item T. So how Git has to handle that one is gonna be fun. It's probably gonna just delete the old file and create the new one. And then we can go over here. Trying to. It did figure out here that this is this thing, but yeah. I'll call it source enable, disable, and the like. Okay. Source enable, new scene item visibility, which passes in main, and operating modes enable. Same thing done a few times for disable and the others. Disable, toggle. So, we have implemented all the old ones. Literally copying them out at this point. Now for the migration part. Because that is the fun stuff. We need to migrate them over. So, let me briefly do an experiment. OBS settings. Well, custom action container actually, specifically. We will make briefly a private object array of parameters. This contains our parameters object. And then we have a getter and setter on it. Getter retrieves parameters. And the setter will set parameters. Now, reason for this is that I want to breakpoint into here and catch the JSON deserializer right in action, and we can then start writing the code for passing old values into the new paradigm. Oh yeah, we need to do also something else that I had forgotten with the window specifically, and that is, actually it's not the window code because the window I think does this already correctly. It is the code for, we need to check it anyway, I think. We need to check the code for the, yeah, but like we mainly need to check the code of this thing here. Right. So this needs to here for the custom thank you for informing me that I'm working on it. Custom edit click. This gets our action container. And oh yeah, we don't pass it right now into the window. Okay. So, but yeah, we made actually the functional that it can take it. I just haven't done it yet, so that should do that trick. Can probably move this here. Bunch of just leftover code here. Can go right and just get rid of immediately. Okay then. So. No, which error was it now expert? Eh? Someone ate a breakfast here for me. Okay. Yep. That is the serializer hitting and trying to decipher these values. So, If I don't have getter, it might just never. As long as it. No. Problem is I can brick my stuff here very quickly. We could briefly browse to the folder where SimHub is located, just to make sure we are. I had to put this out of my window. Briefly browse over there, and then just retrieve my settings out and nuke them myself briefly. I think this is stored in common. SimHubOBS, SimHubOBS. Copy, paste, so I have a copy of it. Because this is. Oh. Well, I guess I've gotta have to re-randomize my password. SimHubOBS connection. Yeah, that's. We're just gonna live with it. Not anything anyone can do with it, but like. It just has to be now like this. Now, if I change this, that this doesn't have a getter anymore, will it still attempt to serialize? I mean, we're gonna close this program here. We're gonna remove the getter. This could probably break a bunch of my program actually. Error list. Yeah, we're just gonna ignore that part. We don't use it anyway. And then I think that was the last one that actually like used it with the getting. Oh no, someone else using it. Oh yeah, my old stuff over here. Right, the old function obviously will still use it. Anyone else left over? Yep, it will still set the value even when there's no getter for it. Which is great. Because when it re-serializes on closing, it will probably remove it. Oh yeah, we're hitting this a bunch of times because, you know, obviously every single one is great now being imported. So we've opened. This has obviously not been updated yet. We're gonna close it down again, which should do an update now. Yes, and bam, they're gone. Good, but it also means I need to now briefly replace it with my copy. And that was the point that I create a copy that can, you know, restore it immediately. Make sure everything is okay. We don't need to properly check if parameters is unequal now. Well, with how this is serialized, probably it will always serialize the parameters before the properties. I don't know. I think it will. Technically. I mean, fully realistically, this will. If it's fully realistic, there should be no properties in this thing. The reason being is that if you first boot this up on a new version of SimHub, this should no longer. Let's actually make a copy of this version here. Like it can handle loading without a property existing. That's how it's designed. Like properties get set run first this way. Why are you complaining? Oh yeah, right, because we haven't defined anything with it. Now we don't need this private object here anymore. We're just gonna have value here. It's passed in. Value is unequal null and properties equals null. Gonna do migration. So we can be sure that the function has been set already at this point. Hopefully. Otherwise we have a bit of an issue. Yeah, we're gonna do some calls here onto these classes here. Technically I wouldn't need to do... It would be preferable to use... what is it called? Either, we would need... not the custom action alpha, that's wrong. Several custom actions, right. If I could export this already on... Couldn't I define this up here? Huh. I mean, a lot of these need main to function. But all I technically need is to define for each of these classes a processing pattern that when set currency exists. I have a static function that can pass values over. Can I do static functions in my... I'll define a static function in this, because that would be, you know, useful. On an object array. Okay. Complaining here. Modifier static is not valid for this item in C# 7.3. Please use a language version 8.0 or greater. Right. A custom action function object must declare a body because it's not marked as abstract, external, partial. Well, so my idea doesn't quite work. Like, it doesn't need a... I mean, I need to only implement it for all those that exist, right, so far. I don't need to do this future retroactively. It just needs to be done for all of the values once. And technically we do know that our unequal null, and then we just need our LU 0. String. Which, because everything is a string, it will always work. Larger than 0. So, we need to then figure out which property type needs to be set based on the function. Well, I'll just briefly just switch case, I think, over function. Switch case. It's a bit chaotic. Close these for now. But we do need to open all the others. Now it's going with our other window tidying. Technically we only need one of these. What happened in preview scene? So let's go through them. String key equals case of a fallback need, we're gonna do this. Well, key equals set current scene, that is the scene name. Break. Case also if this is a set previous scene, we run also this code. Case is that we are setting the current profile. Then key equals profile name. Break. Case is that it is scene collection. Then we need to set it to scene collection name. Scene collection name. Break. Case current transition and transition duration are the next ones. Oh no, that's not the right thing. Move over. Set current transition. Set current transition duration. Name is nope. We need the transition name here. Key plus transition name equals transition duration. Break. Okay. That sets those, leaving only the sources now, which is just a case source enable case source disable and a final case source toggle. Once all of these are set, right, so and this is setting itself to scene item visibility. Yes, scene item visibility here, and we're setting this to source name. Key, source name, break. So, and once the keys are set, we just go into properties in the dictionary and define it. Key val. Why are you complaining? Oh. The second set of parentheses was missing. That is the answer to this problem. I see. Alright. Legacy stuff is called this way. If it isn't set here, then it will just ignore it. Keep it on legacy support and the function list is still in use. These still actually retrieve data. This stuff exists still up here, but I think it's also being used by more references. Only used by these functions down here, I think, maybe? Some strong functions. Yeah, it's retrieving down here. So I guess we've eliminated them besides down there, that stuff, which can continue existing for now till we fix stuff. Okay, fix it all. Right, so let's just briefly breakpoint back here. And see, let's do some parsing. Just as an experiment. CNAME ACC for set current scene. Okay. String starts. Alpha 2 AC AMS. Okay. Great. Let's open edit. CNAME. Why can I set delete here? This is a required. Bruh. This is a required field. Why the hell did you toggle editing? Yeah, and I selected it, it immediately allows deletion when it shouldn't. Let's briefly fix that, because that shouldn't be much of a problem to get rid of again. Well, you... selection change, we run get selected index. Oh, we don't just... we just flat out enable it if something is selected. Right, okay, fine. I forgot to do this actually. I've implemented all the other things. Well, actually, we can just set it equals item.notRequired. Hello? The property row does have a not required field. Oh, I'm stupid. Row dot not required. So then I'll push this. Fixes that. So I shouldn't be able to delete something. It shouldn't be deletable. Yep, it doesn't allow me to delete, which is good. Fine, let's create a new action. Test again. Set source toggle. I'll try this briefly. Let's toggle the monitor off. Great. Okay, then go over to events briefly. I have some event stuff that I used usually for testing. Especially use this here, and then select test. Okay. Oh, it's all the way at the bottom right now. Okay. Come on, iterate back up. Okay. So trigger action now. Op, complete darkness. Then go over here, edit, switch this over to source. Well, we had it actually on source toggle already. Edit. Could map it to a button, and it could be a bit easier to test stuff. Do I have the ability to use my keyboard as inputs? I'm not too sure. I have the keyboard reader on. I do, okay. Good. Which key do we want to briefly use for like testing stuff? Oh, we have open brackets. No, that's not open brackets, that's the D. Triple S. German triple S, right. Okay, set this to test. Confirm. Remember, delete this one. This will allow us to test stuff a bit quicker. Let me highlight this briefly up so I can do some edits. We're gonna switch to something a bit different for transition duration. Ah, that loses the value. Okay, that's not good. That shouldn't happen. That should have not happened. It should have not lost the value there. Now, it is technically a number that we now have in there, but like, come on, the value should still remain in the text box. Is it because the selector changes here, or because the... Let's set previous scene briefly. Studio mode, so you can actually test this. Edits. Okay. Yep, that set that correctly. Now, let's select here, set currency. That still works. So that isn't causing it to just lose the name. We can switch between ones that like... So it does when requires the name here just lose it for some reason, which is odd. Need to fix that. So action. Custom action could... No, it wasn't the action container. It was the model. Right, action editor model. This mess here, frankly. Like for a model, it does a lot of data transforms here. This is usually something you wouldn't do in the model, but I'm just like, bruh. It's stuff that needs to be displayed. It can do the value parsing here for me. Thank you very much. Okay. So, for some reason it decided to not just, you know, go into here. And just call. Why does it lose the value is the weird thing for me. Somehow the value gets unset and unstuck on this thing. And I don't quite know why. Pretty sure it is because we changed name here. We did change name when we did a... But it did still trigger the on-function change on the entire thing. That will always be triggered. On-function change will always be triggered, and therefore the possible values will be updated. Technically nothing changed in between the updates and possible values, but you know, you never know in this case. You could try something, right? Because I can change scenes, and therefore... just change to briefly the source toggle. Okay. I can select one out of one. Okay. So switch to stream start. Okay. Obviously, still having the list over here. That's a bit of a problem. You can't see it, but like the list here would. Yes, I know what's happening. Okay, let me demonstrate. On this scene here, yeah, this is for my previous scene. I can select, technically we could try something. We can select Vinian. Okay, so if I change this now over to source toggle, it was able to keep it because Vinian is still in the scene. But if you change the items in the combo box, and your item is not in there anymore, it will delete it, which is a bit of a problem now. Right, because we don't want that to happen. We don't want to. So I guess what we could do with possible values is ensure when it's called that the value isn't changed in between the start and the end of the function. Although that still doesn't guarantee it, because once possible values gets applied, right, like it just retrieves these values. It doesn't like change in between these calls. This is not good. Why are you deleting the value if like the possible values in the combo box get changed? This is not good. What I could do is actually, if the array gets thrown back here, I can just insert that one number that was already there, but like, there's multiple things that aren't good about this. Yeah, I sniffed at least the problem in the correct place. It wasn't up there. This is a problem with the fact that we change the items that can be listed in a combo box. And I have really not much of a clue of like what we can do to stop this from just wiping all the items out. Like we have said is as edible. Edible. Right, okay, I'm hungry, I guess. But like there's no guarantee for like if we set the items that are available to something else. Control the source. Selected item. Item binding group. Synchronize with current item. Will this do it? Is it this simple? It shouldn't be. Set this briefly to true, right? False true on this. Okay. Nothing weird is happening. We need to do our switch of scenes again. So I can verify the thing to... No, but in this case it will force one of the items that were on the list to be selected. So let me just demonstrate that. Transition again. Power source, we switch over, it will force the monitor to be selected. That does something, but like, you know, that does still defeat the purpose of like how I want to do this, right? So yeah, this wasn't enabled beforehand. This was false, but like, this doesn't help us either to stop this. It's just, I want to change which items are in the combo box without changing the text that is in the combo box. That is the difficulty here. I'm not sure this is really defined or anything properly. Well, how can I change the combo box text? It's like, thank you, that is the most useless comment ever. Update select combo of items text with text from its own edits. Okay, there's a lot of code. 2008 card. We're getting sent a bit back in time here. Combo selected item index, editing item numbers. Quick and dirty way of doing this. I mean, this is not quite the combo box I have. This is the older stuff. Yeah, this uses forms instead of what I use here, WPF. It's a bit different, but like the code probably is similar enough that this gets an idea. Subtext update handles. Actually, we could hook the text update up and make sure that it doesn't wipe out the text when a switch happens. Yeah, and this is not written in actually a sensible programming language. This is written here in Visual Basic, which is Python but worse. It predates Python in quite a lot of ways. It's like, when you think about it for a moment, it is kind of really like Python. Like, for similar use cases and everything. Just Python has gotten, I think, used a lot more since then, and it obviously runs on not just, doesn't just run within your Office product, where Visual Basic has been basically banished to. Alright. Box 1.items, last index selected. Selection start is this one. Thing is, I don't want anything selected. I just want the text to not die when I change the list of items that are available. Which sounds like this should be possible, but like it seems to just not want to happen in this case. I mean, the main cause for this entire thing, effectively, is this function up here, right? The function. This function incorporates name function. No, that's not it. The model here, right? We could, however, get around this entire problem because we know that this line causes it, right? So we can just, you know, make a variable value from rows I. Set all of these things, right? They can all be set, and then just retrieve the value again. Let's just go rows I dot value equals val. And this should, in this case, oh wait, that's a mistake. Value. So this should allow us to move the value around the entire problem. But there is one case where this where this doesn't happen automatically. Well, two cases actually. One, we changed the name here, which is kind of what causes this entire thing to happen. Yeah, I could just deal with this on these function calls here, right? This is better than doing it up here. Like, we could just copy paste this trick, but like, yeah. Now this still could cause problems because the on property change runs. Also, oh god, I think we could cause another infinite recursion if I'm not careful here. I think we could very much cause another infinite recursion right here. Not good, because of this automatic updating upon changing a required property. Right, that's not gonna cause any problems. No, doesn't cause any problems here. Because we change value again. You know what happens when we do value. Well, we can actually just change the value in the background. Because we don't want to actually have the value changed. That is the key thing. We don't want the value to be changed. It happens, but we don't want it to. There's quite some quagmire here, just issues that we're just stepping into, and it is utterly exploding in our faces. Right, but yeah, if we call possible values and it updates these, it causes the loss of the text box value. If they change, that is. So we need to save values and make sure that it. Yeah, also, if possible names changes, it will also wipe out the name box. Fun stuff, if you realize that. So if you have something optional and you change, I don't know, where it is pointing, and the filter has like a few different new values, it will wipe out the names of your properties for this. Yeah, to say the least, this is a slight problem. We're gonna just briefly close this down, because I have a slight idea how to deal with this. However, that probably doesn't fix it, because we're not gonna use. We're going away from arrays again. We're gonna try observable lists again. Yeah, that's gonna be a thing here. How do you spell it this way? Hello, we're using it a few lines up. What? Can't you just observable observable collection. It is called an observable collection. Never mind, I suppose. That would be actually useful if things, you know, had sensible names. God damn it. Yeah. Technically, we should probably save that one as well. instead of just private possible values. So collection of top string. Top string. Okay, good. Fine. Contains v, then contain added to it. Else we just ignore because. And then for each possible values, we check if v is stop contains v. Doesn't contain v, then we're removing it from possible values. Okay, and we return possible values here. So, and we're gonna see if this fixes the problem. Make field ruler. Wait, we do update it though, so why the hell would we? Oh yeah, right. Read only does not mean it's not mutable. Right. Right, mutability is still a foreign concept to this. Pain. Okay then. I'll actually kick back to studio mode and let my stream start. Let's start this and let's see if this does what we're hoping for. Edit. Oh, and it immediately dies. Funnily enough, precisely as I... Funnily enough, precisely as I predicted, you know, this function to fail since yesterday, but it hasn't failed because this case has never been hit. This specific case was never hit, so we never had to deal with this problem. But we can use a regular for loop to do the same thing. We just have to then retrieve our row equals row I is smaller than rows.length, which is allowed to change each iteration. Count and e++. And in the same vein, we can do the same exact thing over here. possible values. Contains doesn't contain alt, then values remove alt. Perfect. I think this should now work. And it still wipes it out. You can literally watch it do it. It is hilarious how it's like wipes out right. You can see it do it. It literally disappears in front of my eyes. Despite like this entire code, massive effort here to like stop this from happening, it's like, bruh, go screw yourself. And I'm like, you know, you can go screw yourself too. Just because I change what is possible to be displayed here does not mean you need to wipe the entire text box out. Thank you very much. Don't need to wipe it out. It's not necessary. Yeah, we can't right now compile, so it needs to be closed. Sum up. Please close. So we're gonna return this again. Just technically we could live without this entire thing, right? Technically we don't need to have tracking really gets confused when I put my hands up. Technically we don't need to have the values be cursed over, right? We technically don't need to. Maybe we should stop. Right, so what we could do, that's a fun one, we could, while we edit the value, make sure required is not set, because, you know, because as long as required is not set yet to not required is set to true right now, it won't trigger the entire shebang about updating everything. True, right? Then we retrieve the value. Then we write the value back. Technically, we could also just return a list that contains that thing. Oh, somebody's playing Baldur's Gate 3. I just noticed I had Steam notifications still up, but you know, I'm sitting usually in front of it so no one can see anything. To avoid. So on function change, however, we still call possible values. Down here we also do a change of possible values. Now possible values does need to still, if necessary, call back, but value shouldn't. Changing value should not cause a cascading effect there. So there's just so much moving stuff that like needs to be kind of taken care of due to this problem. Because again, I do not want it to wipe all my names and everything out in the process of this. These values should be preserved and not deleted due to some idiotic bit of programming here. Name plus value. Do need to trigger an on-property. Well, we can actually. You know what? Because we have on this level access to name right on a rate. We can just write into name here for n, and then just specifically trigger a on-property change of the name variable, but not necessarily trigger possible values again. And we can do the same for value. And this allows us to actually get around the entire problem here. Holy smokes. That fixes so much. This avoids the entire recursion here. Because we just set value directly and then dot indirectly. Name of value and name. So this will only trigger these two, not anything else. So we don't have an entire massive cascading effect downwards for this. This should fix most cases now, I think. I mean, this calls on function change, and this will make sure that the values that were written in there are preserved on changes of possible value, and yeah, we don't need this anymore. And then the other thing that preserves them is here. Or we preserve it specifically around the name update. Do we have access to lowercase name? No, we don't. It's fine. We have a way around it. That's good enough that way around. Okay. This should do the trick, hopefully. Let's see if I paid attention and didn't cause an infinite recursion somewhere. Who's this again? Set current scene. That will obviously work. These two. And set profile. It's not wiped out. It's updating all of this. So you can't make a preview out of transition duration because there's nothing to preview. Get my selection box names. Yeah, it looks good. This looking good, yeah. I think I've done it. Maybe. Hopefully. At least for these functions here. Oh yeah, we wanted to test a few more. If they actually worked. Can't test this. I think I don't have any... No, I have only one scene collection. There's nothing to be gained there. We can change our transition. Right, we can set to cut. In transition currently is fade. Switched it over to cut. Can see that. Probably want to switch back to fade for the duration. Technically that should perhaps wipe the value out, but we're just not gonna do that. 200. Okay. Now this should throw an error when I press. No. I guess SimHub just eats that one in case you change these. Transition duration illegally. Okay, we did, however, still call something. Error response rejection. Okay. Um. 50.000. Okay, so that's a fun thing to find out, that you need to at least set your duration to at least 50. But I guess I don't even need to pass an integer then in. Right. So what is the call stack here? Because that's interesting to know. So there's send request. It failed in here, right? So that should still let us continue? Yep. Let's allow continue, but we'll have, when we look here, a stack dump from the interruption. SimHub does notice when you has a watchdog that notices when its program gets paused. So when I hit a breakpoint, that thing it flashes up. But what we can do then now is briefly do a test here, and that is if val is smaller than 50, maybe it is with different transition you can run faster than 50 milliseconds, but I don't know. I don't think anybody would want to run faster than 50 milliseconds, frankly. Technically I could log all the errors that it outputs in case it errors. Come to think of it. But I need to write it to all of the functions. Pain. That's pain. Let's just log it. We could try catch at least this one for now. I need to do it with the others, but this didn't just exist for this one. Catch exception EX. I'm gonna unlock this. Can copy out of custom action helper here. This here. Session duration. Oh, how long has it been since I checked my chat? Soon locating this time at Hungaroring. Yay! That could actually be something successful. Right. Sorry that I checked the chat in like 10 minutes. I unfortunately put on my second screen underneath something. Pain. I was carried away with stuff. Whenever I don't look at it sometimes, it's painful. But yeah, we were was looking at doing some, was trying to fix some stuff and get it to work. And yeah, it's looking good. I'm just trying to catch a certain case. Okay. Just exception message. That should explain the error for anyone. Once there. We can get rid of this function honestly, because that will be explained in the error once it throws. Right. Flush. Okay. Then we can technically attempt to run this again. Below minimum of 50 milliseconds. Yep. That is beautiful. Hit it. Set this here to... I don't know, we can try the other part, which is an error from having a value that is text. It was not a number. Yep. That filters already as well, good. Now let's set this to something and actually verify that this works at all. Yep, change the transition on my OBS perfectly. Right then, that function is taken care of. I mean, I need to now encase all the functions with. This one works. Scene collection. We've tested source enable disable. Profile we can't check yet because we're streaming, so we can't check that stuff. But otherwise looking very good. Stuff seems to be working. Okay then. I think we're just gonna close SimHub. Oh yeah, we can just we leave test for now here. could check the alternatives. These values all seem to have imported correctly, which is really nice. I don't have to think about this stuff. Trigger action now. Yep, switching to that works perfectly fine. Yeah, I think I have nothing to mention right now anymore. This works. Good stuff. Now, let's close this down. We're gonna encase all of these requests here with try catches, so they, in case something goes wrong, it can catch it and log it out correctly. So the user knows something has happened and not get some weird error that's... So set scene item visibility. Now this needs to be encased in our try catch. The entire thing, which is something. In this case, okay, try catch exception ex. How did I phrase this for transition duration? This. Close this here. Except that we have here source visibility. Okay, just copy this so I can move faster. Try catch this parentheses part was in there. Right. Change previous in. Now, set current transition. Set current scene connection. Set current scene. Try Sync with custom action. Failed, that's fine. Set current profile. Try. I think I have now all of them. Course. File of custom action. So let's just briefly check. Set current profile. Yep, FK. Try catch. Try catch. Try catch. Try catch. Try catch. Try catch. And catch. Okay. Now this is done. I think I probably need to, when I think about it here, with this function, change it to change it so, because to allow actually the use of SimHub properties to return stuff into these, because that's something that could be done. I would probably need to change this way that this thing works with, like, properties contains key. I mean, it has to still contain the key, but like we need to have a universal function for retrieving properties. So it can just go in there and just be like, okay, is there something there? No. That goes there, checks, hey, does this property exist? Okay, no, so we're just gonna return it. Anyway, we have the plugin, so I guess that shouldn't be too difficult to do. Nah, we're not implementing that now. We're just making a commit now. This is now gotta be one commit. I think I've only changed things within SimHubOBS. It allows me to commit to all repos, but like, I don't need to commit technically to this one. There are no changes to the other two. I find it strange that I want to commit to all of them. Right, stage it all. Scene item helper gets deleted and created as a new thing. Good. Fine. Also, we can then dispose of the someone legacy code, I think, in another commit. I'm gonna just commit this now, so like this, and then start purging legacy code. Commit staged. Push. Successfully pushed upstream. Okay then. How many lines of code did I change? Probably not much. It counted 1,141 additions. Oh god. Yeah, right, the entire, but that's only about 99 lines, the new UI that was added here. Oh Jesus! Like, how the hell did I get to 1,000 lines? Oh yeah, right. All these like classes, like individually, were like 50 lines, and that added to quite a bit. Yeah, it did actually figure out that helper scene item helper was formerly that the set scene item visibility was formerly scene item helper, and did the entire rename. I can show that briefly. Like here it is. It figured it out that this was formerly the other one. Probably because scene item is still the name. And there's also 93 additions. It says 0 retractions, but I mean, you can definitely see a lot of red, but I guess it's just, I don't know, it's weird. Like, there should be deletions out of that file, definitely. I mean, there are 0 to 100 files. Okay, this got something deleted here, and what 47 lines added. It parses stuff. Parser got added. Yeah, how the hell did I get to 1400? 1100. Yeah, that's something. I feel that kind of justifies how freaking slow I was. Still, a lot of the additions here, I think, were already made by the time I started. A lot of the code here was already created. So, since I started yesterday. So, how many hours are we right now in? Just over 3. Okay. Where do we continue? Well, because I want to go to like about 4 hours here. We can do now the purging, I guess, of old stuff, maybe. Let's mark the custom action editor as obsolete and remove it. View code. Up from there. Net 5 is out of support and will not receive security updates in the future. Oh, that's not a good sign. Knowledgeable of MS build and have created backup code information. That's a load of build to your projects from the command line or IDE, okay? Good. And that is what's causing right now the warning. I don't know if I can actually build with anything new without it completely busting itself. Is this for... oh, this is for the WebSocket client. Right. Okay, so that one... does the original project also build to that? Because that's an interesting question. The WebSocket client... I mean, it will immediately, as soon as I switch the branch here over to master. Forced to break, but will this also have this error still? Yeah, net 5. Yeah, this builds to net 5. This is part of the plan, I guess. Let me switch it back to SimHubOBS, because otherwise we're gonna have some minor problems. Is this... which version do I actually use for the for re-referencing it within the project. But yeah, this is end of life, and that's not my error in this case. Do I use it though? That's the good question. I think I'm not. I think I'm using something else. This is the complicated part. Dependencies, assemblies, WebSocket client. Which one are we pointing towards? Yeah, we use the Net Standard 2.0 version of it. We don't use the other one. Use Net Standard 2.0. Otherwise, this thing would probably utterly self-destruct in the process. Right. Okay. Good. Okay. We have something, however, still to do, and that is... no, we can do cleanup, yes, I've noted that already. But I think something else we've got... I've got to figure out if I deprecated connects. I think probably not, come to think of it. They want to use connect async. I don't care because I am already in an async function, so you know. So what we can do to just circumnavigate this entire thing is run connect async synchronously. Wait a second, that's not an async function. Hold on a second, this is not an async function. They run the same! Hold on a minute, they do the exact same. This is not an async function. Oh well, we're just gonna change this to an async and we'll have fixed the legacy code. Congratulations, I fixed legacy code then. Okay. So, I think, however, on the connect we have to also restore something else here that was previously present and has been... So, okay. We need to go into... Yeah, we need to retrieve OBS WebSocket.net. So, now I do know that this thing builds in a really wonky fashion. But this should, however, still, if I just trigger a build, it should still work without utterly wanting to self-destruct the universe. I think my references here do point directly to its, yeah, build results, which is not how you kind of want to do this. Really, the way I'm doing this is not how you want to do this, which just points to the debug build of this thing. But you know, it's kind of what we're just getting here. You can now see how this entire thing looks now, including our test function. Jeez. This is beautiful. Absolutely awesome. Right. Okay then. Yeah, I think building this will throw an error weirdly, but like otherwise this should work. I think we can do a trial build right now. Package is missing a readme. Why nugget packets? No, we don't give a shit about nuggets. We don't care. This didn't do quite the job we wanted to do. That it rolled the assemblies together. Does it do you do that for me? It has started another build here? No, that finished. No, something isn't quite right. Because there is somewhere in here the IL instruction to mash stuff together. I dealt with this in the first stream because I had to recreate the entire thing. Actually, we can just check here. Just briefly. Multiple windows over here floating. Let me briefly check over here. This thing. Because the update I ran on this branch, the one single commit it has extra, yep, include the IL repacker on the web. Oh yeah, it's included on the WebSocket client. So IL repacker runs on the WebSocket client. Okay, that makes it minutely easier because we're only dealing with reference libraries that need to be imported into that one so it can actually be exported properly without exporting the universe again. So when I run build on this, let's run a rebuild. Right, and this is causing this weird error, but the output is correct. The output does not explode. This is actually functional afterwards. The actual output out of that thing is functional. Where's my Excel client? Source. Where's the output from it? And where is it building to? Source. Okay, we have multiple layers into this thing. Net standard 2.0. This is the one we're referencing. Let's see, that peak should be installed. Hey, you showed it there. It's been hard man since I ran this program, but it's like so useful to do analysis on stuff. Can I just drag and drop? Okay, yep, net standards. Yeah, this is the analysis on both the one that got imported into there and the one that I just built again. It doesn't just references. Yeah, it is allowed to include those references, right? Yeah. But here, like, system reactive is, for example, rolled into this entire thing, and not just WebSocket client. System reactive, system collections, all of these things just rolled into one. Makes you think, right? Close. Okay. So yeah, the build process on this one still is buggy, but like, well, which makes no sense. What the hell of an error it's throwing here? But it just works well enough for us to not cause issues. So, but I wanted to check this because we're gonna have to obviously rebuild the OBS WebSocket a bit. And I wasn't quite sure if that one causes problems on the build. I might need to actually update my README document in my own GitHub on how you gonna build this entire thing. Right. Because I think the README has not been updated in a minute. SimHubOBS. Yeah, that doesn't explain the build process. That no build process explained in there. Didn't explain it properly. That needs to be put in there, honestly. Some housekeeping stuff. In any case, we've got it over to connect async. I think I'm already like compensating against. Yeah, attempt to connect. Reset the skip counter minus 300 and return. And connect it. Attempt. I think we're using now the time measurements. I don't know why I write this last update value in there. Must be something else. It's likely closed. Yeah, that can happen while you're in the middle of updating this because it's all async. So your stuff can just fly off the handle because something ran an update and it blew up. So, input volume meters. We're going back to that. I think I want to fix that, or fuck it, we're gonna cleanse some stuff out of it and then we're gonna do input volume meters. We're doing the cleanse first. Though, nah, we've updated in here already the connection, which is kind of housekeeping. Yeah, I would say we're just gonna do a housekeeping commit first, and we're gonna. You know what? This is not. Yes, we can just literally delete it now. Right. Does anything break now? Within this thing? Nope. Literally could delete that, and it is no longer used. Nothing of value was lost. Imports are all present. Good. Fine. I guess we can then also go over to helper SimHubOBS custom actions and then delete all of these and these obsolete functions down here. So if this still doesn't cause issues, then the housekeeping is functional. Well, that's this error list still up here, which I don't need. Don't help me, these are not that relevant. Guess we can just figure out if it works by building it. Alright, I think that's all that we need in terms of housekeeping, just purging those three things. Ah yeah, we need to use last update to board stuff. So you actually terminating the task. Oh god, there's some stuff in there that's there's some dead bodies left over there. SimHubOBS. Just commit this. I think we have done all the housekeeping that's gonna be needed. Although we should probably set up the... Do I have the icon that I use for SimHubOBS on GitHub and everything? Do I have it somewhere saved? Because that would be interesting. Because I've said it like years ago. Honestly, that might be lost. But if it is in the repository, we might be able to retrieve it. If I was smart enough to actually put it into the repo, I might be able to retrieve my own logo. Right. Where is it? I want to open the containing folder. You dumb napkin. Open file explorer. There. Okay, so no, there's the example dashes, which I'm not even sure if they break nowadays. It's been a hot minute. The readme is here, and it's licenses that were used. Gosh, there's some stuff in here, but like, it's not the... Doesn't look good in terms of the, you know, logo being somewhere stored here. Because I would have liked to reuse it. It's not like some elaborate thing. Like, it's the OBS logo with a controller slapped into the middle. I think specifically also the one that SimHub uses as a logo. Right? Yeah, it is specifically the one that SimHub uses as a logo. That was slapped over into an OBS logo. But it would be neat if I could reuse it. Although I could just, you know, download the logo from either Race Department or another place. Could just source it off Race Departments if it's high resolution there. And if it isn't, we could source it off OBS connector. Resource icons. It is a JPEG in relatively low resolution right now. We're gonna check on it. 5.9 kilobytes, yikes. I have a bad feeling we're gonna get anything particularly good out of this. 64 by 64. On the other hand, for a icon in that bar, we probably can get away with something low res. So, you know, that's the only good thing. This here is apparently PNG, so that might work better. And also, I think I just got a higher resolution version. Yep. This looks to be also a JPEG. How does a JPEG have transparency? I think this is the first time we have a case of like, no, you're not a JPEG, you're clearly a PNG, but you're faking as being JPEG. Now that's a first time. This one is the version that we got of GitLab, and that has 256 by 256, right. Okay then. I think for the icon that we need for the sidebar, probably good if we open one of the projects that has one already. Probably need to open it like that. Easy script, because it's one that I have done as well. And then we also need to open GIMP. Probably shouldn't open that on my main screen just to make sure that my GIMP history isn't gonna leak. I hope that opens on my second screen. It is iffy because this texture here is definitely naked and has certain assets, but like you can't see that on this image, so I'm just hoping the algorithm doesn't find this. You can see my thumbnails and everything. We don't need that. We need this icon imported. We can export it again, but easy script, how... Well, actually we just need its folder. Why can we not do this on files? We can do this with folders. Also, we do need to check the code for this, because we need from easy script here at the top the left menu title and the picture icon. That is, we need to import here the settings v2, I think it is called. And we're gonna source here this .2 icon, properties, resources, icon. Okay, so I need to import it that way. Good luck to me, I guess. Properties does not exist in the current context. How come? How come this exists here? Easy script properties. How does it exist in this context but not this one? Like, what? This. Click here to create one. Okay, we create a resource file here. Maybe this was causing some trouble here. Images, okay. Yep, that was the problem. There was no resource file. Okay, then I guess we can, similar to script, let's check briefly out how this resource looks. Resources, SDK menu icon. Lays an SDK menu item. Resources. I haven't. That is the advantage of this one, but like, what are the properties of here? Details 24 by 24 pixels. Yeah, that's not much. That might not be enough for me to even work with what I have currently. That might just turn into a sea of pixels, frankly. But we're gonna try. We're gonna try what we can do here. Okay. So how do I add things into this thing? find time resources now within one. Okay, that's how you add it. Also, what? Yeah, the PNG types. Okay, that's simple. That is all very simple at that point. I should probably make a folder resources. And then put this icon in there. For the meantime, I just added briefly, add existing item, resources SDK add-on. So, save, and I can go over here and just reference SDK icon and call this SimHubOBS. Okay, good. And we can briefly launch it and just check it out, see how it looks. Yep, it imported the icon. Instead of having the leaderboards also doesn't have one, but like instead of having the weird USB thing we have now, some of OBS here. I could just, I think, use downscaled version of the OBS logo within here. That might make more sense. But you can't just see if this scales down well, and then that makes sense. Looks fine. Okay. Now let's see what we could do here. First we would need, I think, turn it into black and white. I'll purge as much blue out of this image. I mean, I want everything that is black to be erased effectively. That's fun. To figure out, can I yeah, increasing it does it. Will this erase correctly? Oh, it also erased some of the black stuff, because that was so much magic selected that it went through the black despite everything. So to make this probably better looking, we need to slide this tile thing over to white, I think, by doing a light only, new for visible. Okay, and now layer, scale. We're gonna just for now scale the layer. Let's see how this happens. No interpolarity. Yeah, there's not much detail left at that point at 22. Grand plan. Let's try this again. I think the size was 22. The target linear. Still, I think the problem is this details just get, I think, lost a bit. Something like this is just a perfect icon. It's very low detail. You can handle such a situation. It's 24 by 24 pixels. Okay, we have 2 extra pixels. Wow. Much wow. Very much pixel. Let's try cubic. I'm not a big fan of cubic because it blurs usually a lot of things. But you know, that might just about do the trick, maybe? It loses like the lines completely in some ways. Could, you know, try and touch them up. Versus the one. I don't have my tablet connected to, so it's perhaps helps this a bit. Image. Crop to content, what I'm gonna do. Content, okay. Export as 2024.png. Export. Export. So, right. We're not gonna save changes because there's nothing of value being saved into that one then. But we can save the icon, I think, the original. Into there. I think there's a purpose in that. Even if we don't end up using it. So close you. Open you again. These. Add resource. Cancel. Add existing file. Save. Icon 24. Start. I mean, this looks decent enough, I would say. Could have perhaps used a larger resolution, honestly, on this icon. It pales in comparison to the advanced scoring icon, obviously, but it is something, right? Someone puts this into the bar, you can vaguely identify what this is. Probably just using the normal OBS icon would have been better, but, you know, this does the trick well enough, and we have something that renders now there. So, yeah, that's good. Cancel. Okay, cancel. Good. Additional changes that weren't staged yet. Added icon. Sidebar. What else do we do? Same anyway. staged. Let's just start it. Okay. So, do I not define audio sources names? Okay. Ah yeah, main audio sources is a getter that returns empty string. When does it get set? Because I do set it at some point, this thing. Yep, I set it down here. And then I still iterate over the other one. These functions here. Lol. Despite me having this main audio sources thing. When do we use that one? For references. Oh yeah, the audio event helper uses it. I guess that makes sense, you know. Well then. What time is it? I was gonna give myself about 15 minutes. I mean, we can take another hour, I think, before necessary. But like, let's dig in and make a bit more progress. This here is the. Let's go update readme. We need here now to check on obswebsocket.net, and we want to compare this here. Yeah, added volume meter. This is the big stuff. Custom actions for enabling sources. What does this do here? Oh wait, I'm looking at the commits, which contain a bunch of other files also being changed. Seen as power? No, we don't care about that. Custom actions. I hear request gets changed. Right, okay. Get scene item ID. If response contains scene item ID. Phone. What did I just get a notification for? God, not interested. Close that. Actually, had that. Okay. Did I do this in my code now for the requests to make sure that this, if it can't pass it, that it returns -1? Because I am not too sure that I'm doing this. I mean, we can check, because this would be a bug, straight up. This would cause this thing to, if you toggle a scene item that doesn't exist, that it would cause a chain reaction that blows the program up. Source enable monitor 1. Oh, wait, we could just type 1. Let's type something in. Okay. Okay. It's not a scene item in there. And then scroll down and trigger it. Yep. That blew up quickly. Very quickly. Alright. I'm seeing that, like, I just noticed, like, it is tracking my brow movements, but I don't know if it's moving actually on the model. Let's briefly see that. I think maybe my brows can't be moved on my 3D model. I don't know. But okay, so what was our call stack again here? Yeah, we wanted to get scene item ID, and it died on it. As expected, kind of. Which, you know, this code here addresses it. Well, actually, it does. Well, actually, this fails in a different way, because the old one would still return from send request something, right? It would still return something. The source defines. Oh, -1 is not found. If that's something I added here in this commit. Yeah, this does a try pass on the response, but in this case here, I think the response function back then was differently coded, so this here notices that there's an error coming in and just yeets it up the call stack, which arrives here in custom action and just explodes, to say the least. So we could just, in this case, I guess, catch this case and return. Because previously we were just returning on an ID -1, which we don't need to do anymore, because we don't use ID -1 anymore. But yeah, previously it would just return this back without making sure that it errored. We can just check this by opening up requests, because I think the function that calls here is still in there. Send requests is... oh, well, it's actually somewhere in OBS WebSocket. Right, okay. Maybe it wasn't back then. Let's just check that. I have this. Send. Well, there's a lot of callbacks to send request, but I think send request itself isn't in there. Just go back briefly. I assume it won't be moved, so... send request. Where did you select something here? Oh yeah, here. Public JSON object send request, return send request. Internal object send request. Yeah, this checks for the PSS connection, otherwise throws null reference. Why do you throw a null reference if there's no... well, actually there's a null reference, the PSS connection doesn't exist. Right, message null, vulture, send requests. TCS task waits. Let's cancel for cancel. And I guess I might have put this try catch around it. Because that looks very me to do. That looks very suspiciously me. Ha! But yeah, this exists here completely. Could I guess go to blame and figure out who added this? Or maybe if anybody added this. Let's blame. I don't want to edit it, I want blame for you. Here, blind. Blame, okay, it was well, send request over here. Data OBS WebSocket 5.0. This seems to be added in 5.0, an update to 5.0. Okay. There's a lot of changes obviously to that one. Clients, models, response message. No, we don't want the models, we don't care about them. Here's the WebSocket itself. It's planned at DLR, we don't care about that part. Wait, that didn't change? What happens here? Like, it's listed as having last changed on this update, but the file wasn't changed on that update. What is going on here? Oh, that's strange. In any case, it smelled like I did changes there. Maybe the file got renamed or something. WebSocket client responses. Very strange when there's multiple files set that exist changes to, but like it doesn't contain that one. What we can do, however, is go to the parent commit. And then open the repository on it. Go to OBS WebSocket.net, OBS WebSocket. God, this has this entire list of things there. Send request, here it is. Nope, nothing there. We go back to edit dropped frames, update it, browse files, check it here. OBS WebSocket. And that file saw substantial changes. It has sent request, and what you look at that is in here now. Yeah, why would you try catch it? Any other case outside of me being stupid and try catching around it? I basically fixed a problem that I created myself. Sounds familiar. In any case, we know that an error response exception will be called if, well, if it came back because, you know, if it just didn't return properly. That's invisibility. Actually, we do need the ID. That's I1 try. This program, yeah, we're running SimHub, right? That's why. Just noticed. Oh yeah, we were stopped right now. That's why. Okay. Catch in this case specifically a error response exception, and we are just not logging it. Or we could actually log out. Name. Property source name. Scene. Because we can actually log out what the problem is in this case, because we have access to the data. Not found in scene this. So, right, let's quickly. Oh yeah, I would like to continue without applying changes. I know that these are changes, I just would like to not have to undo them to continue. Right, let's just close it. Right. In any case, ID is hello by you. The application is down now. Sometimes this thing confuses itself. Okay, well, that's enough invisibility. Why are you complaining? Oh, we don't need to assign it, I guess. That's why. Doesn't need to be assigned, but it needs to be declared. The odds thing with programs. So, we should probably try out a few other cases of flying off the handle. Although the others are all at least tri-chord. Because everything has a try-catch, so... you know, the others will just... we can do this. It will immediately throw an exception out. Or even do anything. Is the mapping still alive? Yeah, it is. I guess it doesn't do anything well. Or it just ignores it because I'm trying to set it to the same thing that I'm already running. Huh. Guess while it's blocked, it's odd. It's just not throwing anything from that. It's to a scene that doesn't exist. Different phone trying to change scene. To move this window slightly to make me able to read it. Oof. No, no, I didn't want to maximize that. The exception phone, error code 600, no source found by name stream. Well, it's not a source, it is a scene, technically. You know, that's composition. Scene collection. Position duration, we've already tested those. Previous scene. Also probably work. Source disable. So, known system should find that name. Error code 600. Error code 4506. It doesn't even like write down the comment in this case. Change source visibility, of course, I should say source name stream not found in scene. Just desktop. Okay. So all of these measures to prevent anything from just nuking itself are working flawlessly. That is actually great. Okay. So, prevention measures are in place. That's good. Even if it's a few lines, good to add here. Right. Well, we're gonna just commit this, make a new commit. Boost my commit numbers, I have lower commit numbers. Even if it's just small fix. Exception when commit staged. Okay. Right then. But we were busy wanting to at the same time do something else, and that's implement the volume meters. That was the goal. SimHubOBS got some code added, but that is not relevant for us. Volume meters. Inputs. Because a couple of things have to be yeah, event subscription. Right. Send identity, the function that needs to be updated in the WebSocket. So, because this is not available otherwise, we do need to set this stuff up. This WebSocket. I already added this message handler here. Where are we subscribing here to this content? Should nothing happen at the start? Start internal? Okay, let's turn stuff. We don't need that. We need the send identity function. And define send identify, right? Sort given password, okay. But here's where the fun stuff begins, because we need to add the subscriptions to it. Good. The beauty of having done this in the past. You can in some ways just copy this code. This looks like other gobbledygook to anyone, but this all has a point. A very weird one, but like it has all the points. Because if you look into the pretty lengthy documentation, this enables all subscriptions plus these one subscription at a certain ID to enable the volume monitoring, else it doesn't work. It is utterly elaborate in that sense. I think we could like search for the documentation on the OBS WebSocket, because I had looked through how to get to this point. OBS WebSocket project, I think, somewhere here. The docs, the docs in here. Events and introduction quest headers. Identify. Event subscriptions all. Yeah, it defaults to event subscriptions all, but we don't. Is a bit mask of the event subscription items to subscribe to events and event categories that will by default all event categories except events marked as high volume. High volume events must be explicitly subscribed to, which is our problem. Man, I'm starting to think. I feel like I'm losing my voice right now. So event subscriptions listed here. Re-identify. That's what you could use to set the event subscription later. Is re-identify implemented here? So we can use it? I guess he just didn't bother that this might be a feature that people might want. Because then I could just use re-identify to subscribe without having to go through the elaborate length of doing this here. I feel like re-identify might be a better way of doing this. Session data keys. Sabrent. That's the Facebook socket, so okay. But yeah, re-identify is message types identify. which is opcode 1. But when he has message types implemented, then did he? Yeah, he did implement. He did at least write this one down, but he didn't implement a function to actually send it. I mean, send identify is protected, so we can't even like really do this. Yeah. Do we re-identify? We could check on message types where it is. Let me check on individual. Yeah, send requests identify. Yep. Okay. Find no references. No, not used. It's kind of expected. This does allow us that I'm not sure if I want to like implement this stuff to work. I mean, we right now could just write this, yeah. So this will just work, and we have something that subscribes to this. But that's the identification. This does event subscriptions. I wanted to figure out where the type is, but that's probably not in here. Not in this message types, opcodes, numerators, operations, events, requests seem to be empty right now. Maybe they lost some of the specifications at some point. Genome header. Oh, yes. I have a feeling they might be. Document. Wait, no. Nope, we didn't want to do that. Some of the logs have gone missing, I feel like. Oh, it's here. Okay, they link actually to the documentation. We should be able to find event subscription. Right, event subscriptions. And here they are. All the types. None, identifier value 0. And here you see what like they're effectively doing to allow something like this to occur. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 vendors UI all. Which adds all of these values together. Input volume meters is 16. And input active state changed is 17. Input show state changed and scene item transform changed. So there's some additional ones, but like I'm not using. What I am doing right now to like get this to work is like, because these all add up to like 10, just subtract them, make them up to 11 and subtract 1. So I can just turn all these bits on and then set my 16 and 17 on, so these can be monitored actually. That's the important stuff. Right. But like, you might want to do this a bit more, you know, well done than this. Thing is, what I'm thinking about is if I want to make a new branch of the default provided thing that he provides, and then do some modifications there to it. That's something I'm asking myself. I do know that I've done on, just open, where is it? Repositories, vsvexor.net. that I have on my fork. Applied local modifications, which changes here from the sets reconnect timeout, sets the user connection enabled, task run, WebSocket. I think because these things like straight up error for me in my compiler, so I'm handling them with properly over this object down here. Otherwise there's no reason, it just needs to. Otherwise this doesn't really need to be invoked like this. And obviously the way this is compiled has to be changed. So, but if I fork off the other thing, like how would we pass any, what is calling this function here? Find our references. Okay, and identify is handle hello. Okay. What calls this function? Hello references. Body. And this is WebSocket message handler. Incoming JSON messages determines if it's request, response, or an event. It's in these WebSockets terminology. Identify. Hello. Sends the identify. This gets the reply identified. So these are replies back, not any. So this is triggered when this thing gets a message sent out. Generate message at the random string. That seems to not be particularly random at that point. Oh wait, that's the pool for like characters that it can use. And then it uses a random it uses a random number generator over this string here to generate its. God, that is interesting. That is very interesting. That is very interesting. Send that info. Stationary files. Okay. Yeah, where do I call all these fun functions of like OBS WebSocket do something? Can't remember. There's many WebSocket requests. It seems that this implements all the functions that the WebSocket. Yeah, this does function as a partial class, that's why. Okay, well then. I have an idea what we're gonna do here. It is I do have an idea of how this entire thing will be handled. So if I switch the branch here, it won't compile anymore. But I would have to unroll these changes that I just did there. It's a bit of pain. I'm gonna accept that. I'm gonna undo these changes. I'll set it later again. Changes, yes. then move all over to the master branch. This won't compile anymore. Jesus, okay, it figured itself out. It took a second. Master branch. This will now have to minor modification. The function added into here. So public re-identify. It needs a... I mean, this thing can ship with quite a lot of types. How would we do this in some ways? Yeah. Yeah, that's fun. We do need an integer, so we'll just pass right now an integer in. Integer event subscriptions. Specify the documentation here. So actually fire upwards explains this one. Okay. Duplicate briefly. Let me scroll back up. It was, well, code 3, it was re-identify. Name of event subscriptions. And we pass in event subscriptions. So. Okay. Could set a default value for this, but we won't. And we're gonna send requests. We want the other type of it, along with message types dot re-identify. I don't know what request type we're gonna have to pass in. Then we pass the additional fields, I think, into it. I mean, we could copy out of the identify function here. That one has to identify. Okay. Request fields. Yeah, they could pass in a null. Okay, pass a null for here, and then the request fields and false. Just lost false too. Wait for reply. Defaults to true. I think we should also use true in this case because it is used on all of these as true. So I think that's should be used as true. Now that is request. Sitting as the body. So that might actually work. In an ironic sense. You know, if I just I need to make the enum right. That has make it type enum class. I select the enum here already. Usually wouldn't package the enum into this. Let's do that. This is event subscription. I didn't do a spelling over there. Okay. This is public. And on class, this is a enum. So none is 0, that is correct. Now we have a long list to go through on this. Do this like this. One. Config equals. Can we actually do these things? Will it just error on me? Doesn't seem to hate me for that, so we can just actually type it like this. Brilliant, that saves me a bunch of time. Scenes. Carefully autocomplete. Inputs. Functions. Plus 4. Filters. Something I don't really use, but we can still keep subscribe to these anyway. Oops. 6. Scene items, so sources. 7. Media inputs. 8. Windows 9. UI 10. All is... Do I want to have all? Well, I actually probably could. All will be 11 minus 1. Which it seems to be so far like very willing to do all of this. To do math on me. Right? And then inputs, volume, meters. No, not quite. You had a good idea here. Active state change plus 17. Because I don't use some of these, so it's difficult to debug. Scene transform is the last one. Scene item transform. So, I think we might even have like callbacks for some of these. It's funny if that is. It's just that they never get subscribed to. Yeah, we can now go back over here. And just, instead of having int event subscriptions, I'm gonna have that afterwards. We're gonna change something, and we're gonna actually pass in events. Well, actually, we can't have an int there. Just to change to super. So it's gonna be like this. The parameter of event subscriptions, but this is an array of the events subscription. Yeah, that's... Again. I mean, we have the events list here, which may even include, yeah, volume meters, event args. I think all of them are even implemented here. Just they could theoretically, I think, never be triggered. As annoying as that is. Yeah, subscriptions. runs. Okay. Zero, and then we're gonna for each subscription event subscription plus plus. Jesus, it's like, why do you not allow me to cast this like this? That is a bit strange. That can be casted. So, I don't know if this will bounce on runtime. That's name of event subscriptions. That's the one we want. I don't quite like this. It's iffy to me. Like, oh, there. Button that enum to begins. Numerous can have different underlying value types. Name is declared as a uint long. Oh yeah, you could so you can define them as this. Okay, fine. So it doesn't matter for me. It's... What? The navigation bar broke on me. Okay, that's interesting stuff. That should happen, but true. So this is our Radeon function now. Now, Actually, we could do the following. We can just carry these changes back over to... I mean, we have to anyway create a new branch here, right? But like, we can just for now carry these changes over. Bring over the changes to lost in the stash list. These are changes we don't want to discard. We can check out, and we're just gonna carry these changes over. Check out and have these changes over here as well. I'm gonna follow the code first. Okay, it's done here. Okay, good. What did I add? .NET communications. Oh. No? What added .NET to communications to this thing? Is it even used? What uses this? How is it back? Oh wait, use those. Instead of the OBS WebSocket.NET communication. I see, that's the problem. We're gonna clear text in this file case. I would like the... Yeah, namespace. Yeah, enough. So let's carry these over to SimHubOBS. Because this does allow us to actually test the code in our own runtime environment. I forgot we could just carry the changes between the branches as long as we don't commit to anything. We could just carry the changes between them. And that makes a heck of a lot easier our work. Because we can just test everything as it comes in. Right. Okay then, do you need a thing on OBS connected? Action initial update. Setting of static data, okay, that gets all set up. What we can do then also on static update is set the on the way, we can also go and re-identify with a... Wait, could it be that this thing returns me an identification data that I might need to save? It should handle that as well. Because that will come in as a message and everything will get handled. If it doesn't, we can immediately see this thing blowing up in our faces. So that's good. Because it will immediately try to get all the information. So okay, so sockets dot re-identify. New subscription array containing subscription all. volume meters and then subscription input active state changed. Those are the ones I in the past used. So let's see if I'm gonna utterly corrupt my OBS here in this process. It is taking a while to launch right now. Oh no. Oh no, that doesn't look good. That does not look good. Something has come stuck. Yep, something has been sent in here. Task. Oh. Timeout of 0 milliseconds. Definitely operator code re-identify. Yeah, that obviously would blow up in my face in some way. Wait for reply was turned on it, and it blew up. That's strange. Converting value null to... Can you just move something here? Yeah, it's it. Yeah, I'll probably move on. For now, why? What are you doing? Oh, the get stats function is now utterly forked. Things are exploding faster than I could have expected. Yeah, get stats got hung up. It still at some point came back to life, but like, I'm not sure this is functioning here now. Yeah, it is frozen on some random values here. Yeah, whenever get stats gets called, it dies. And as far as I know, get stats is call stack is the first function that gets called in this case. Get the points. Things are getting very bad here right now. And there's multiple worker threads right now getting stuck in here because nothing returns. The re-identify just utterly forked the program. Just holy shit, how did this happen? Okay, so we're gonna change one thing right now, but this. We're not waiting for you to come back. Just do your thing and die. I don't know. We're gonna try with no additional subscription. It's still dying. It really doesn't like what I'm doing here. Oh, but it did come together and it didn't throw errors yet on me. You know, it took ages to launch, which is not a good sign, but like, it did launch in the end. But this doesn't look good because none of the data is moving at any normal speed. You should be moving faster. What is happening here? This is not good. What are you doing, program? The update rate is up. Yeah, my SimHub is basically in the process of crashing itself. Yeah, the refresh rate is dropping here hard. something isn't right, and it's just because I launched re-identify. What is happening right now? We have one function stuck here on the... The problem is the re-identify function is basically gotten itself stuck. Despite that this is get the input point. Huh. Okay, that's the one that is right now stuck. Yeah. There's just so many requests that basically get themselves stuck into this function. Yeah, the answer to the problem is there's like so many worker threads right now trying to get through there, and it's just... The WebSocket is basically committing death to itself. It is in the process of self-destruct. That's why probably re-identify was never added, because Christ, this thing wants to self-destruct badly if it's given any of this information. Holy hell, this entire thing just wants to die so badly. Oh, what can we do? We could modify identify so that when you create an OBS WebSocket, it calls in your channels you want to support it, which is probably better than what using the re-identify function. This seems to not be doing what it's supposed to. It's just blowing up in some hilarious fashion, and I have no clue why it's doing that. Oh wait, I'm stupid, am I? Or not? No? Maybe I'm not? I don't know, this... I can check on something. Because there is a problem with an initial update. Yeah, begin invoke. Okay? Yeah, it has to be done parallel, because if you come back off a call that, for example, oh wait, are we launching re-identify repeatedly because OBS WebSocket Connect gets called back every single time we re-identify, and that's why we're getting stuck in an endless loop? Is this happening? I have a feeling that basically re-identify will cause OBS WebSocket Connect to be called as well, causing itself to be re-identify. Yeah, you see, there's multiple worker threads, and this is multiplying and multiplying and multiplying. Okay, we found the problem. It's me. Right, we figured out the problem. I'm the problem. God. This is why it didn't launch anymore when I did blocking here. Yeah, wait for a reply, true. Yeah, set that back to what it was. Well, that is the problem. It calls this function repeat because OBS WebSocket connected gets called back when we re-identify. Right. Nothing can go wrong with that. Absolutely nothing. How do we figure out when we're connecting and not when we're connecting to a WebSocket and not the re-identify callback? Because that's a bit of a problem. How do we make sure that re-identify does not cause itself to recurse here? Right. Let's disconnect it off a bit more when we do our recursion loop. Or let's just get connected for it a hilarious number of times. You can see what is happening here. The consequences of our actions, they're quite severe. Has to be done. Yeah. Part of the problem. Still, what state is this program? We can just check what state the program is in. So we could write some sort of value that like makes sure that this thing doesn't cause initial update to run 50,000 times till the program grinds itself to a halt. How this could at all when I switched blocking off get OBS on its feet is insane. How OBS could still at all launch. So I guess that's the only way this function is called, which is neat, I guess. Unit time connected should call back. It's when the WebSocket connects to it. We've called when it auto reconnects, it might also do this. So there's that problem. Wait, we need to somehow identify that we're not calling the same thing twice in like a handful of seconds back. So, false. We set this. I'm gonna stop the program now. Should change the writing style on this one. Set to true. We're gonna set it at the end of the function to false. And then we write a simple check here that if we identify to def, not the case, then we can call it. So this should stop the spam callbacks. Stop being identified to def. That is also we can add our event subscription again in there. Because that wasn't the problem. The event subscription was... The problem was that the... which two was this? Input shows here, I think, was it? No, it was input... Active state changed. 17 and 16 I was subscribed to. So, right, stop re-identified to set on. Let's prove if this works. On call, and it launches immediately. No problems anymore. Hallelujah! Hallelujah! We got this to work. That was a bit of a fight, to say the least. Oh yeah, and this gets called on closure. task was cancelled. Which task was that? Oh. 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 I mean, we did set wait for reply to on, so why is there a wait for reply? Why is there a task here stuck? That's not good. Not in the slightest. I don't like this. Wait for reply true should cause this thing to wait for one. But like, it seemingly didn't block itself on. I don't like that. And set one here. So if for some reason it eats its request here. Yep. We were so freaking close, but like there is something still causing this thing to like it does cause it to do a callback actually, but this call here specifically just gets unstuck. It never comes back from it. Which is weird to me. This request just gets permanently stuck in limbo. How has been set identified? How can it reply back? Like, yeah, it abandons its hand. Yeah, right. Valid point. Probably should do that also over here. Because I think that's what causing this entire thing that it gets jammed on it. I think beforehand it was not even capable of getting past this line. I think if I had checked the properties it was not listed then. Let's briefly try that. Set this to... Wait, that's the right one. This one. It's to true again. Yep, it never set those properties. All the static info basically got never set. What is the pre static info here? Yeah, OBS remote sockets, these values. Just never set because they're set in this block here. That's a simple fix. We set this to false, as it was done over there, and that fixes it. Yes. We suddenly have here the remote value. Studio Studio version, WebSocket version, remote version, all the good stuff. Right, close, no errors thrown, perfect. Right. Made it work. So, we need to now go in and start handling some stuff. I want to check if we actually have all the events that we're able to subscribe to. Input volume meters exist. They are, however, terrible to code for them. I can tell you that. I've looked at them once and I was like, I had to throw my stuff out for this. Because, yeah, they just take a J object. They don't even pass this stuff. Just brah. I know why it's done this way. Because you can't even achieve that by default, but like, man, it gets back on stuff, and I have a functioning implementation over here. So, that would have been the next thing for me to implement here. Because here, the input volume meters implementation takes the JSON and produces a volume meter. Whatever this now. What did I call it over here? Yeah, I called it volume meter back then. Could I translate? Rest here, thank you. So, volume meter. Bad distraction. Input volume meters, okay. Class contains these things here, which is like kind of utterly weird here. Why do I need the two-layered array again? How did I read data out of this again? It was something, I can tell you. The way that was implemented was utter weird. Update input active state change. Reactive, okay, that's one that should still work. Input mid state changed. Input volume state changed. Input volume. Okay. This is for the input volume, but like input volume meters, this is the stuff. Difference, okay. For each meter, meters, okay. Get special inputs, string conversion. No space. Do outputs. Okay, I'm doing some really weird math around this stuff together. I guess I should probably break this down a bit further to have a double layered array for this stuff. But it works, so I just... Not fair, I don't think I really need to mark it up, so I can just yank it out of the code. We'll still take the JSON list, right? That's, I think, a solid plan in terms of like parsing it. But we will instead have a public list of volume meter. That is called inputs. Oh, here it comes in with a list of tree objects. It does already do the breakdown in this case. So I guess what we can do is for each JavaScript inputs, and then JSON bundle.populate objects. We have our dots to string, pass in the meter. What was formerly in here? Double check. How was this called previously? Inputs lowercase. Probably shouldn't refer to it as inputs. Instead as meters. Input meters, I think, is the least irritating way of phrasing it. Oh yeah, we need to also add the meter afterwards. Oh. Okay. And I need to define these on equal new list of volume meter. Good. Oh. Audio. Hello. Can you hear me? Good. I was pretty sure it had bugged out again. Alright, let us continue. Source. Advantage of this is that I get those back, and that will be pretty neat for my monitoring. So we need to clarify a bit more how this specifically works. I would like to explain this a bit better than that. Okay, good. Let's see. So we need to do something. So yes, this down. Back to SimHubOBS. We wanna on the initial update, but here update input volume meters. Now they have been rolled out of their mothballs. This is input volume meters event args. This contains an input meters, and otherwise the entire code works. But I want to understand how specifically these input meters work again, so we're gonna be looking at that, so I can write down the specification for other people to use. Again, the point is a bit that like I can actually make a pull request. This is, by the way, the audio source's name. It's just a literal list that defines all of these functions. Right. Somewhere in here we commented out, yep, this one, input volume meters were disconnected. We have them now connected again. Great. So let's see. Yes. Where would we see any readings here again? That's not good. We're not getting any readings back here. Because they're all reading not a number. That's not good, because this means probably nothing hits this function right now. I have a suspicion why that is the case. There is one more thing that has not been probably implemented correctly on the WebSocket, so that the event actually could be triggered. But should confirm, yep, this is not working. So we're gonna pull this back up again, because as mentioned, we have here a get replay buffer up status. Okay, that's something. This subscribes to it. We've dealt with that one. Input volume meters invoke here. Events. Volume meters callback. This works. Okay. That function was probably not implemented. So where would this be then? This is events. Yep. Okay, events. Can we actually do this while the program is running? Because there's somewhere in here event processing. Right at the bottom here. We have the big event processing. And I feel like wait, the second input volume meters are here. So this should be hitting. Yep, it does. So why are you not invoking my event for it? You clearly are hitting this. This isn't exploding or anything right now. Yeah, you can see there's a bunch of numbers. And if I go into input volume meters, we're also gonna see it deserialize the entire thing. Oh, wait a second, it's not deserializing? What are you doing? That's odd, that shouldn't happen. Hello? Why are you not hitting my input volume meters function here? That is incredibly strange, because it should hit them. But it doesn't. Like, literally it is being called here, and it's like, nah, I'm not gonna even freaking bother returning here. What the hell are you doing? Can I kindly get an explanation why you are deciding to just utterly want to self-destruct here? In front of the camera. Okay, fine. You know what? We're gonna rework this function mid-execution. That's gonna be even more hilarious. Grab this part out of it. Instead, what can we have here right now? We're requesting string for body of inputs, and this we're gonna serialize into a JSON. This is right now exploding. For some reason, it's not really exploding, it's just for some reason not calling the function that it is calling. So that's just weird. Which greatly irritates me right now. Like, why are you not calling this function, you know? You have sort of like one job, and that's like call the function and invoke your list of JObjects. Just a completely new list. We're not parsing the data right now. Yep, right. Immediately starts firing up. I think his code was broken. Is the very polite answer that this thing was just broken and not working as it's supposed to. So yeah, that's fun. Something was just going wrong there, and it's fun, to say the least, just to change how this function now works. Because obviously that isn't working either, fully. What can we do? What can we do? How was the old code? Because in that one I just... yeah, I just yanked the body into there, and the body could then just be deserialized. So let's just do this like the old way. We do the JSON object, body. We don't do these shenanigans. We just go and say this is JSON property name input. Not commented out. This is input. Okay, it's not a fan of this while executing. Good, we're gonna close then. Right, okay, and then we serializing the entire code. Let's body into here. Now it's finally remember that it doesn't need to throw errors here. We're gonna do the discombobulation over here. Inputs. Maybe renaming it to data makes sense. Data. Okay, let's run this. We should now finally see data arriving. Yep, the data is arriving now. Good. We want to see what we're gonna get out of this. Meter has first levels. It's an empty one. Okay. This one empty. This one. Okay, this has data in it. Which is the weird part. Like, okay, this is also like null at that time. This one is not it. Mic aux, probably not the one that I'm using right now. Yeah, doesn't seem to be it. Well, mic aux 2 is actually the one I talk over, so this should read something. Yep, yeah, we have numbers here. But I still don't quite understand how these numbers like add together. Maybe we can just look at the documentation, and maybe the documentation tells us what the hell we're looking at here. Because that is just weird. What I do is add all of them together and divide for the number of sources. And that seems to be doing its job well enough, I suppose. Well, actually, I do not quite. What I do is, in this situation... Also, why do we have two channels here, despite that this is not stereo? I mean, I guess the values in these are, like, identical. So, there's that. There's this first value. And then we have the second and third. And, the item is null in this case, but it isn't. We can just iterate up here, just showcase it. Hello, I've made a new breakpoint up there. Oh, before this entire thing works, you can, if you stop a worker somewhere, it can just get utterly stuck. Come on, let me have my, into this loop finally. Piece of garbage, thank you, at least it even immediately went with the right one. Why is it sometimes so cancerous, these things? So, atom length equals 3, which it isn't, it's over 2. Then it will go and grab the item 2, the item 1. This one here. And return it. So, yeah, that's... This thing just does weird stuff, and it's frankly, like... very confusing. Yes. Okay. Can look here in the protocol briefly for the... Scroll back up. Message types... not message types. I guess. But where are we? Oh, these are enums actually. Stupid. I forgot. Yeah, these are the enums. Enumerations, okay. What do we need here? Actually, it's not the enum either. Guess we need a function. Look at the function callback information probably isn't much there. Events, I mean it is an event actually. Let's forget. It is an event, it's not the other types. This can be closed. Okay, events. With volume checks, control the audio balance, mounting, monitoring, volume meters. The PlayStation 4 out of 5. Yeah, this is fun. Yeah, thanks. Array of active inputs with the associated volume levels. Thank you. That like details anything. It's an object. Bruh, they don't even detail how to deserialize the thing because they're just like go screw yourself. No one uses this. This button audio volume monitoring is like one of the most useful things. It is silly. It is so silly. Nationality is the number. Let's return 2. Is it though for also just those that aren't connected right now? I think it is, maybe. We can double check briefly here. Just going back to where were we? SimHubOBS, right. Input 2, that is off right now, but we have an array. It's muted but like not turned off. This is again Mr. Audio 2, okay, Mr. Audio 2, yeah. This audio, that one is not connected. It's defined but like it's not connected device. Mr. Audio, Mr. Audio, Mr. Audio. Mic aux, let's report something back. Mr. Audio 2, Mr. Audio 2, Mr. Audio, empty. and unmuted. I see. Nah, that doesn't make sense. Or maybe let's just go into OBS advanced audio. Yeah, advanced audio properties. Is that really much? Sources only. Yeah, let's just leave this alone. Actually, it would be difficult for me to cause a lopsided source. Could I force my microphone to be 2 channels? I had to force it out of mono into. Well, I could force it. I could force channels into mono, but I can't force them out of mono. But I could play some sort of sound on my desktop audio too, and then actually I could run that on desktop audio 1 because I have to unmute it. But like actually I can just change advanced audio properties and steal desktop audio 2 out of the output tracks so they won't go into the stream. Right, but I'm still not gonna roll the dice too much and just play, I don't know, Minecraft OST. So that should work. Let me just briefly tap into my own stream. You can hear a lot of... Yeah, the audio quality ain't great on my own stream. But it's just, you can't do much with this microphone. And noise gating, it really doesn't like help at all. Right, so... advanced properties, and then switch it to all the way to the left. This extra audio. And is the actual audio output value. So, right, we need to briefly go into the. That's of course actually closed for now. Not going to work on that tonight anymore. We've done enough. We've long past how long I wanted to work on this. But we're making decent progress, so that's why. Effectively, I continue. Okay, there we have some values, for example. Yep, that explains that. And one being peak. Okay, so this here for this audio sources, no more. Here main terms is normal. Actually, does this return muted if we mute it? Always. Here we're going to continue a bit. Wrong one. Actually, just cut this off. Program recover. Because it takes about a minute for it to recover. I mean, it is muted, so it should. I will pull any audio. I don't need to benchmark this but so OBS. There's my input when I'm talking. But the desktop 2 volume meter, yep, it's 0. Because it's muted. Which totally actually makes sense. Wait, does this ever read more than like plot value, briefly? Okay, yeah, you can definitely see the normal speech pattern for me. Yeah, this looks completely normal compared to the OBS display. Honestly, like there's a bit more room at the top, you could say, than there perhaps should be, because I'm running into the red here, and it is. I think the OBS display here has a bit more delay than this thing. But whatever. This is good enough. You get some sort of values. I don't know. We could try briefly. Can I get some sort of thing that's very loud? That made no sound. The problem is this is sampled I think at 50 milliseconds, and then SimHub only sample at actually at 16 milliseconds. So this shouldn't be too problematic. But it seems to be very difficult to have a long, loud, sustainable sound. I mean, I could try out deafening my ears, but like, preferably not. I mean, we can unmute that channel, and it will demonstrate that this is working perfectly normal and fine, except that I've moved this out of the middle position. So let's move that back. That should report now fine. We can showcase that one. We are very much the yellow area right now on that source, and it is barely going above 0.2. Let's look at those notes as well then. That's. I mean, my poor ears are gonna be not fun, but like, signal tone. That's not how you spell signal. Signal tone. One kilohertz. The video is no longer fucking available. Oh god, YouTube. Come the fuck on. You can't even have a signal tone output without the videos getting taken down. Okay, give me a test tone signal. Okay. Yeah, in the short term I'm gonna definitely go insane, but it is perfectly pegging this thing now. And it is sitting below that value, so I need to remember this is at 1.9, so let's drop this slightly down. I'm feeling like I'm slowly going more and more insane. It is hilarious. What I do just for debugging my software, literally causing me to go insane. Can we briefly filters? I don't have a filter on that channel. Good. So gain. At least it makes it louder without me having to hear it being louder. And if I hadn't, as long as I have everything set up correctly, no one will hear the audio. Hopefully. So this is now reporting which value? Consistently at 035, okay. And now boost this thing to max. This is consistently peaking now. Yeah, this is headache inducing. It's starting to headache now. Yeah, that's one. That is reporting one back. Considering I had to boost it to get to... how many decibels did I have to boost it? About 10, actually. There's a 10 decibel play round in the top red area. Into downwards, I need to go 4.61 on the signal. So another like 10 decibel. I'll turn this off now, please. I went for like 3 minutes off this thing. My ears hurt. This is not fun. I mean, it is. I'm should be counted as stupid because let me just show this. Like, this is clearly like here 10 decibels, 10 decibels. Like, yeah, obviously, duh, idiots. These are in 10 decibel steps. God only knows what is happening there, but yeah, that can be definitely considered a form of torture. Jeez. Okay, so I'm gonna briefly check my Discord. Got the DM here. Wait, did I mute this group? How does this group send me messages if it's muted? Or did it unmute itself at some point? See, so I might have done it. So, yeah, somebody has sent a message in there. Well, Rev Georgie was yeah. Oh, whatever. So, okay, I don't want to have any more. We probably, I probably don't want this even in my stream anyway, this channel. So let's keep that out of there. Peak. So that explains those things in case someone else close. Right. Okay, this is this function. It works finally. What I do have to still do, and this is what has to be done, is the transition list changed. I think that has been commented out for a hot minute. Yeah, seems to be have been removed. Like, I think that comment has been there for a hot minute. It can be retrieved, but like there's no event I think anymore for it. Probably because it's like such an like non-event. What do you mean it changed? Okay. WebSocket, we need to go to it because I wanna. Here's actually, this is something that the specification. Volume event providing volume levels to all active inputs every 50 milliseconds. Yes. Fine. It is, I think, what the volume meters. Maybe we can check here. I'm subscribing to. Oh wait, event subscription. Yeah, there's input volume meters here. Oh wait, that is not the correct event, is it? I think I started editing the wrong event there. The wrong event. I think. No, input volume meters. Yeah, that was the wrong event. Yikes. Where are the changes? We just saved the file that did for all the changes on that line back. I mean, we can close OBS, SimHub in this case. So, and then we go to events. Copy this line here and undo it. So, input is back here. You have to use the meters. Milliseconds. Okay, that should clarify that enough. So people can know that, like, hey, they need to use re-identify to use subscribed. And re-identify also clarifies that these are not included, so that should all be clarified. Actually, I can edit this function a bit further. LCM allowance. that should do that. We need to now another one for check on input active state changed, because does this actually exist? Yes, it does actually exist. Oh wow, that actually is calling back. Do I use this callback somewhere? Because I am subscribing to it on my subscriptions over here. Okay, I have added that one to the ones that call back, so I don't know. Yeah, update input active state changed. Ah, I'm updating my audio sources. Wait, video actives is by return, like, okay, that is a interesting return. Do these ever hit? Right now it doesn't, I can tell you that. What we can do briefly is, I guess, go into audio and set this one to disabled. Actually, I can leave this one and just set this one to not disabled, this one to my... Unless I like retake audio for input. Oh well, we're just gonna define the index twice. And yep, that came back. With mic aux3 coming in and being logged. Check your special input. Let's spaces, no spaces, and then return the thing. Okay, so it will only handle those that active state changed is something I use. So in this case, logging that I'm adding and removing microphones. I think I figured out the initial active state through a different callback. Yeah, this is done here on initial update. It will briefly pull in is active from audio active. Oh yeah, it's actually it's hide sources.values. I get special inputs, right? That returns them. Audio sources name, we iterate our audio sources. If it's not in the list, then it's not active. Yeah, that makes sense. And that should reliably work. Good, that's good. We can get that to work. SimHub, you kindly return it to the screen, thank you. So, but obviously the event caller for this one also needs to be informed that, you know, close these regions down for once. Did I frighten to re-identify that it will cause... Oh yeah, I forgot that. What is the event called? How do I subscribe to this? Also triggered when re-identifies calls. Yep. Causes the event to be triggered. So, okay, good. That makes sense in the phrasing. Profile list changed seems to just not. As I noted there, it's like they seem to not work anymore, I guess. I don't know. But scene collection and profile list change are not massively often occurring. So I guess that can happen. Oh yeah, I wanted to locate the input active state changed. Does this also trigger when we call back on video sources? Would we actually trigger this on a what do you transfer? Because if I switch off monitor here, oh wait, we have the program. Right, you need to start your program before you can debug. Yep, that will trigger also on video sources. Let's close again. How did I phrase this again on... this one? So this is... It's exception. So input show state changed, and item transform changed. I mean, this seems to work right now in terms of parsing it. Let me just go final references. Yeah, it passes video active. It for some reason lists video active for a audio source. God help us all at times. I mean, does it actually work? That is a good question. You know. Whenever I don't look at something, it will happen. Oh well. Nothing bad, I guess, happens. I mean, who doesn't? Just don't know what I say about that. Okay, so let's get this over with. But yeah, I wanted to test if this actually works correctly. Do we have to break it? No, we don't have to break anymore here. That's good. That's okay. Oh yeah, this can't handle active. Is active, however, should return our audio sources, but you can see what I have active and what I don't. So let's just go into OBS, audio. Well, this source is active, but like it's not connected. So let's add another audio source. And it turns out true. So for some reason, through the video active, it returns that an audio source is on. Sometimes God help us all. That is cursed, to say the least. And this is not the fault of the OBS WebSocket.net. This is the fault of the OBS WebSocket itself. The one that is sitting over in OBS, not somewhere else. This is fun. But yeah, it works, so that's good. I just wasn't sure anymore. Maybe I wanna input active state changed. Ah, here's the transform changed. Good. Because we need that one. I add something. Nope, that was not what I wanted. Oh, that collapsed the section. Good. Still not what I wanted. I want to bookmark that section. God. Okay, fine. These are simple. I mean, some ways of bookmark it, but like. I can get rid of it this way. Do I need to find my thing again? If I wanted to find input active state change, but active state changed. So input active state changed. Because we want to get to this here. Okay, input active state. Input show state changed. Is the next event that we need to clarify? Oh, here, there's a does this object actually work again? I mean, it does work, we know that, so that's good. However, input show state change, we don't actually know. Showing, it means it's shown by the preview or the dialog. Huh. Interesting. Okay. That is interesting. Didn't expect that. I think we're gonna just hook up something briefly over here so we can test it. Makes it a bit easier to figure out what we're doing if we could, yeah, test what we're doing. Inputs. State changed. Should insert at the bottom of the file, didn't it? No, where the hell has this function gone? Its definition. Okay, it inserted itself underneath this function, I guess. Oh, well then. Don't throw not implemented exception we did. What that? We want to capture what gets thrown into here. But we also need to subscribe briefly to the event. So, where's my class audio processing? We identify which needs an event subscription. Show state changed, and let's grab the other one as well while we're debugging. Scene item transforms. So, right. So nothing has triggered yet. Studio modes? No, that hasn't triggered anything either. But this triggers it. If I change my scene for the studio mode, it will showcase this. Command Alex for this contain here. Start animation. Ah, yeah, this is my background image. Right, does anything else come through? Video showing true color source. Okay, so done things here. If I now turn start animation off, it will also trigger. False. Okay. That makes sense, that's easy to understand. Good. I want to turn start animation back on. Alright. Okay. That's good to know. So it works, which is a big progress, considering what we've previously dealt with. Do you have explanations? Good explanations, I would say. Good enough. So then, clarify not life. Changed. Okay, so the last thing that remains is Then remove this function. Scroll back up. Remove this. And then switch gears to scene item transform changed. He luckily included all of them. Despite that none of them would ever trigger, he just seemingly forgot that part. But you know, we don't care about that part. Here it is. Remove the error for here. We have to restart anyway, because otherwise the registering part doesn't work. Although we could just cause a plugin reload, that would have also done it. Whatever, this works well enough. Right, so let's try something. We're gonna switch to studio mode and we're gonna... Okay, this triggers even with items that are in studio mode. Good. What do you return to me? Scene item ID 1, scene name, and then we have transform information, alignment, height. Well, oh yeah, this is source heights, but like, I can tell you those are no longer at those values because I did close it slightly down. Because I did change the transform here. It's still reporting that the height and width are still those values. God, there must be a massive message queue there. Still reporting at those values, okay. I think that's the reason why, because if you do a drag, it just destroys the program in the process. Can we just see? Okay, now the scaling is starting to kick in. God! So we know now why this doesn't usually run, because if anybody does any drag and drop on in OBS, it wrecks itself. It just flies off a handle and dies. It is hilarious, but that's not probably what we want. So yeah, go figure. But it works. The values are reporting back. As far as I can see, everything works fine. I don't see a reason why something wouldn't perhaps report, although I should be a bit careful with what I'm doing here. So let's just remove this one. Reset this. Maybe add a new source that we can play with right now. I don't know. Text box. Just new text, okay. Test. Okay. So we can now, whenever I do anything, it's changing the properties. Yeah. Just changing a property of it will trigger it. Scene item ID. Height. Oh yeah, right, the transform will obviously adjust as I change text within it. Right, I remember. Because it's a text box, so transform. Transform. Okay, so alignment 4. Maybe I should make an enum for that. Maybe. We're over engineering this. This is something I would never use, but like, you know, just in case someone needs this, because, you know, it wasn't really bothered to actually do this properly. Oh yeah, see, transform. Right. This is the actually interesting stuff. Oh, this just serializes all of these. Bounce alignment, bounding box. Did we change this time on the transform? Okay, OBS bounce stretch. So this is already passing itself into those values correctly. Okay, the bounds was set there, I guess. The rotation of 50 degrees. I'm only getting the 5 in it. This thing already hooks itself up over here. Right. Okay. Where's rotation? There is rotation. It is reporting back correctly. Good. Yeah, the only thing that I could think of right now is getting the positional alignment to actually pass into a, to make it easier to understand what it actually does. Bounding box size. Let's do some crop. Just to make sure this passes correctly. Oh, I forgot to set this back. 5. That will return. Transform. Scale, width, XY positioning. Yeah, crops are set correctly. All of the good stuff. This is just straight up working. Besides one key little thing that we kind of need to do, and that is getting the positional alignment types aligned. Close. So, we need to also do another thing, and that is info, pin that, because we need it. Need this. We need this one right now, because that needs to still get clarified what's clarification still embedded into it. Active for defaults. This transform has changed. Okay. So, who uses these right now? Find our references. WebSocket obviously uses them. The events here, the events, IOBS. So there's an interface for IOBS events. What's this events class even? Oh yeah, it's also part of partial class. That's interesting. Right. Do I actually see these descriptions over here? Oh, that's the wrong thing. SimHubOBS. Didn't see them over here. Not actually so people, yeah. How do line breaks usually work in these comments? Because It do regularly enough happen. It's just that I guess I'm not declaring line breaks. Your eyes are hurting. Yeah, burn, burn. I have not switched my Visual Studio over to dark mode. Back in the day I was writing oftentimes in light mode, but like my VS Code is in dark mode. It's just I have not bothered trying to change this one and I'm fine. I was back in the day a light mode user. I will totally admit to that. But I don't really see the like eye issue. I think it is probably harder to read on stream with the quality and everything. But you know, in front of a monitor this is not much of a problem. Like what brought me more to dark mode is like his Discord that utterly destroyed their light mode. I was one of the few light mode users and then they changed it to make it a complete flashbang. And that was just the point of like, nope, I'm out of this here. I'm gonna use dark mode, thank you very much, have a nice day. Okay, right. Oh yeah, we were looking at this WebSocket stuff wasn't what we wanted. And this is the invoke call, right. So, because I wanted to make sure that nothing else other than this is referring to this constructor. Because if I change this constructor, it might break something else. Sure? Are you sure it is easy to switch it here? When I open options and it's just, it takes half a minute already to just open. Oh wait. You gotta be shitting me if this is that easy. Yeah, that it is. Oh, pain. There will be a noticeable point in the stream when we suddenly went to dark mode. I'm not sure I'm the total fan of this color scheme. And I mean, I could admit that I'm starting to, I think, get a headache. So, but yeah, classic case of I just didn't look at the settings. I did not bother to do that. Right. We wanted to do something here, and that is to declare an enum. Public enum line combined with resharps. Resharp or Rider, it's instantaneous. I usually use Visual Studio Code. It's just I'm writing a .NET project, and it's like with how this is integrated in Visual Studio, it's just better. It's like because it is this is a SimHub plugin at the end of the day, so you just kind of better off using this tickle chain, and like I'm just not gonna try figuring out to break this. I have done enough shit that breaks this stuff and had to repatch it together. I'm not gonna do something very weird. And I mean, I'm putting up with actually this parentheses placement right now. That is something that could drive me insane, downright. From all the rest I've been writing. So yeah, alignments. Which ones do we need here? Actually, it would be useful for me if I was running the program. And hooking back into, that's my function, those are not it. Scroll up the file. There it is. So, this didn't change anything. Which alignment is center? Because probably we can streamline it slightly. Watch clear e dot transform dot alignment. Yep, center is 0. Good. Center equals 0. Oh wait, it is gonna tell me now that I hate that. I really hate this part, that it's like, oh no, we can't continue debugging like this. It's like, bruh, I don't care if you save it or not. Just let me continue, shut my program down regularly, and then save these changes later. I don't want these changes saved this so. Okay, fine. What we're gonna do is like literally open the Notepad and note stuff down. We're gonna go ooga booga on this one. Just go this way on it and then just go, you know, you don't like me, so we're just gonna do this the old-fashioned way. Okay, so top left, trans 5, it's 5. Okay. Actually, can you retrieve transform information at some different place? Alright, which places do you implement these? Final references? Oh, there's a few here. Yeah, set scene item transformation is a thing. Right. And I want to replace int alignment with a different enum alignment that is vastly superior to it. That's not gonna end well, I have a feeling. Not at all. Oh well, we're gonna deal with it. Change the program. Top center. It's 4. It's 4. Top right equals 6. What logic are these numbers in some ways? Like, that center is 0 makes sense, but like, the rest? I quite get it. Top right. Center left. Center left is 1. Then center right is 2, isn't it? Let's take a wild guess. Yeah, center right is 2. 2. Wait, that was stupid. Oh, did it immediately hit again? Yeah, I think it did. Left equals 9. Center is probably... Center is then 8. And then, last but not least, bottom. Oh wait, bottom left I already did. Stupid. Bottom right. Okay, bottom right is 10. So whatever the values in between are, is, I guess they are like to distinguish which row you're on, or some combinations that like aren't listed in OBS. Man, how much this thing teleports across, obviously, when you change the alignment. Back to the default top left. Good. That's good enough. Just copy this. Notepad coming in clutch. Hello, could I kindly get my program back? Thank you. Okay. We can't quite remove it yet. So, that's the public values. Can I do with JSON property? Where does JSON property come from? Oh, it's newtons of JSON. Enum. Enum is int. It's a 200. I'll do breakdown. Wait, I can just, change this over to being the alignment enum, and it will just serialize. Although this could cause breaking changes, that could cause issues. So you can try out now to. Do I have still my? Yeah, I have my breakpoint still here. Okay, good. We can do another change to this and test. Yep, returns top left now. Perfect. We get top left returned now. It just works. So, let's delete this thing. We don't need it anymore. It has served its purpose well. The scene item that was never seen. Just its data repeatedly. Okay then. I think this implements it all. We just need to remove our hangover code here. Our overhang code from SimHub right here. This function is no longer needed because I'm not watching transforms. Subscription events. We have the info here. We have it for all 4 of them that aren't automatically subscribed to. Let's double spacing maybe do the trick, and this is markdown. I don't quite understand why they also printed into one line. There, it doesn't seem to do that either. If I do /n, no, that just writes some clear text out. Comments. Chance, parameter name, parameter reference, exception, value, format of outputs. Ah, okay, that does it. Brilliant, you can just stack these calls back together. Wait, we don't need that anymore. I really hate things that just go like, we don't care that like line breaks exist, and we just pass them as not existing. And you need to add a special character to like make the line break appear again. I hate that stuff. It's something really annoying in Markdown. It's like, oh, otherwise there's no line break, and I'm just like, could use also some points and annotations. It's just, this would become very unreadable if you don't do anything. This. Select it all. Okay. So I'm not gonna add this to all of them because a lot of these can like note this. This is totally readable still, but like this here would become completely unreadable if it's one block. Like that's a bit of an issue. Events. Let me add some points here to end my sentences properly. Not just keep overflowing them. Actually, I do need to briefly go into scene item transform is fine, most likely. I didn't touch the comments there. Input active state changed is perhaps not because I did touch the comments there. I think a BR would probably be a decent idea here. Input show state. No, we don't want that. Didn't touch anything there. And here it is. Input volume meters events. And definitely touched a bunch of stuff there. Like this entire block of documentation. There's usually two. So um, okay. One. So how does this read now? Alternative it's even it's identical. Wait, does this? Oh, does it clear this tracks? Good. Not to confuse things here. Channels index 0, right channels index 1. Whenever the channel arrays contain 3 values for some reason. Output value. So, right. That explains that well enough. I'm satisfied with this. Okay. So, now there have been quite a few changes on these items. Let's new function has been added to this one. Events got mainly comments added to it. In terms of what something does, and the input got fixed. Alignment got an alignment variable. The item change was created. The volume meter event args got created. Not created actually, it got modified. pure JSON actually used there. Come to find out. Guess JSON properties. Yeah, it's JSON property. It's not good. Event subscriptions. Let's create it again. Volume meter. Okay, the good stuff. Everything there. We're gonna migrate these over to the master branch. Yes, continue with checkout. Okay. So, and now we need to create a new branch. And only the OBS.NET based on master, and that is the fixed additional events. I think that is a perfectly fine branch name. Branch. Yes, we bring them over again. Just check, make sure nothing got broken in the meantime. We didn't gain any like changes or something. Especially on these WebSocket requests. Nope. Events. Nope. So then we're gonna commit these. Stage all. This changes mainly. One of the features is subscription. Subscription. We fixed input volume. Fixed input volume meters passing. So, input actors. I think I just added a comment here. Yeah, that's fine. That doesn't do anything. We just gonna not even mention that happening. Transform info. What else do we have? Nice things here. That's just mainly clarifications here. A lot of clarifications. Yeah. Also, this is event subscriptions misspelled. I just noticed. sleeping. Fixed ability to capture fall events that would not trigger. Right. Actually, something that I could check. I could have checked that. Come to think of it. Typing all of this up, I could still, I still migrate this over because I want to test it in the compile. Because I have a feeling. Actually, I could test that after I've committed this. I could just build this on the old version and that should work still fine for testing what I'm thinking of right now. Yeah, added re-identifier to set event subscriptions, added fixed input is passing and added what? Added a line enum to see out in the transformation info. Right. So commit staged. Now we need to push this upstream. And that should have pushed it up to origin. Go over, I think, here. Yeah, we have the new branch here. Branches. It is counted as a stale branch by SimHub forked. No, it is not stale, my friend. That is the one that actually is used. I mean, this is 9 months ago that I last committed this. Fix additional events. Right. So, what we now need to do, because this doesn't actually compile for me, is to switch back to SimHub forked. Because this will at least oh wait, that won't compile. Because this assumes now these things to exist, so this won't compile right now. Right, this does not quite compile. Also, audio events can't compile because they assume things that aren't true. Like input meters existing because, well, they don't. Which means I need to mothball these functions briefly again. But only just briefly. We need to just make sure the stuff doesn't explode again as soon as we... Because I want to test something with events. Because we list here a few triggers like the list change for profile list and scene collection list. It is a bit difficult, I think, to test scene collection because, let's look into the documentation again because there's another one that is like missing. What of it previously existed? Somebody commented out. Yeah, here events. Transition list changed. Right. Okay. I'll just check here briefly if there are events for. The only function that seemingly does this anymore is get transition list. Scene transition list, but you don't get a transition list change. But if I look for like scene list, okay, it seemingly doesn't exist. Oh yeah, there's a scene list changed. Right. See, scene events, and there's a scene list there. I guess that just was discontinued out of the entire WebSocket. It existed at one point, I can tell you that, but like it doesn't. So we can confirm this one can't work. Let's look for profile. Profile changing. Current profile change. Profile list changed. So this still exists, I guess. But maybe the trigger. This is the thing that I wanted to try out. Maybe this thing here doesn't trip anymore because of also a pass error. Because, you know, we have dealt with one already. Might as well be another one here. Yeah, I have a feeling. We're trying to do this, which previously has been unsuccessful to say the least, so let my capture to this. Can I create profiles actually while I'm running? Oh yeah, I don't even get the button. That's unfortunate. I would have to actually stop the stream to do this. Pain. Yeah, this can't be done on stream. At least the profiles. We can perhaps do the scenes. And if the profile breaks, like we do know that like that is then that part. But if I can fix something that like got broken at some point, that would be useful. Because this should clearly trip. Where is the seeing collection changing? Okay. Here it is one. Wait, scene collection changing, not the scene collection list changing. That is a big difference. Scene collection list. What events actually? Scene collection list changed. Yeah, this is current scene collection changing, not scene collection list changing. God, this is some stuff here that is like. Hey, here, scene collection list changed. Scene collection changed. Scene collection list changed. Here it is. And that also does a JSON convert deserialize object in a way that probably setting itself into a def. Straight up. I'm pretty sure this just doesn't work and it dies. Scene collection list changed. Difficulty 1. Well, it apparently was too difficult for this one. So we have to do this by hand, manually. Convince it that it works. Right. Okay, no. Now let's. Oh, we can close this thing here now. Don't need it anymore. That served its purpose. How do we pass this? Well, actually, I just need to create a scene collection list right now. U T. The fucking darkness. So there's that. But fortunately, we can return out of the darkness. But yeah, this clearly hits this. But I'm pretty sure if we go back to SimHubOBS here and go to scroll all the way up here to update list changed, go to definition. Possibly the current one has been changed. Yeah, I'm using this currently to update my profile. Actually, that is a fun thing to consider. We're using this to update which profile I've selected. Yeah, because the thing is, if the list changed, that indicates that a new one was created, but it doesn't at the same time trigger a profile changed event. It just triggers one. So that is fun to find out. At least at the time it is. So, you know, there's that. So what do we have here in terms of like locals? Body is a currently at our events. Here it is. With a scene collections body string, and we're trying to deserialize a list of string, right? And it dies on that. Let that sink in for a second. It can't pass it. It should return T in untitled, okay? But it just dies. Pain. Just pain. The thing is, if I start modifying this file and try to carry my changes between the git commits, it's probably gonna try murdering me. But so that's a bit more not fun. I can still carry it back to the master branch, so that is at least something. And then can merge it back into the other one. But that's gotta be not too fun. Actually, it's something I want to... Oh yeah, that's gonna be easy, obviously, to flush into the other one because it's... linear history so far. But I can actually cause this to not be linear anymore. We would need to create a scene collection list object probably and pass it there. Or can we get this thing to just do something to get it to... Wait a sec. I think part of the problem is that it's trying to like turn this here into an object. It doesn't call the toString on it. Let me just take a wild guess. That is the problem, isn't it? Come to think of it, that might actually be the freaking problem. Yep, flushed. Okay. Good. Yeah, that's for renaming this one. We can just try renaming. This should also cause a... No, it doesn't cause this event. Okay. Good. We're gonna just go into darkness. I guess and remove it then. Let's remove T. So. No, doesn't do it. Pain. Why do you not take that? Oh, we need to run MUQU. String dot equals this here. This should still pass here, right? And then we do a JSON deserialize object over its, and that should return us a list of string list equals this here, which takes dot as an output. Flush. On a breakpoint for the entire thing. It is really weird that this fails constantly, so I'm just irritated by it at this point. Quite a lot. Let's duplicate it briefly. So, body has a scene collection list in it. Alright, scene collections. Okay. So what is that? There's a bunch of weird characters in it, but you know, otherwise this should be serialized and fine, is it? Yeah, it is serialized into a list, so why are you not triggering the event then? We are subscribed to it after all over here. Oh wait, there's a different one over here. Yeah, I have an update list change existed twice. No, that was the reason why it worked. Didn't work. Okay. So what if we change it to code of this to be again how it used to, right? So we cast over to string. Because I'm pretty sure that is causing actually the problem. Like, you can't just cast over to string, it will die on that. I think that is causing the problem. Let's briefly remove T here, and that should cause us to run into this again. Okay, good. Continue. And it dies. Congratulations, we found out what the problem is. And I'm pretty sure, well, actually, profiles work differently. Profile list changed event Alex is a different thing. I do have to again test this actually off stream because I can't change my profile while I'm streaming. It doesn't work. You can't do that. I can create scene lists, that works. But I can't change this, yeah. Right. Anyway, this is, well, problem lies. Problem child. The entire function. Easily fixed. Profile list changed. Wait, that, oh yeah, that does something very similar, and that's why it's probably gonna break itself as well. It is also a list of, yeah, this is overly elaborate, but you know, I'll leave it to the man. Yeah, this just needs to string call on it and it will work again. Flawlessly. So we're gonna need to switch branch and update that. Do we have any more to-string casts in this function here? Probably. Wait, we can just search. Here. Yeah, I think on individual item ID, it's gonna work. Well, it does it regularly. But like if you have an JSON object, I think this is probably gonna start, you know, not working. When they're actually strings, you can do this, but like, when it can be like, see, because usually most things are strings, right, in JSON land. Obviously, it has a couple of these castings. Right. Okay then. I think that does the job. We figured that out as well. Pain, because I figured out that why this thing isn't working. Since when did I actually mark these as discontinued? I think since custom action for name and sources. Okay. Because if we check into now, where is it? So, but yep, that all looks fine. Okay. Oh yeah, something I could also do briefly. There's restore something. Where's the one that's laying on my dashboard? The desktop right now. Edit dashboard. Center widget. Actually, not the center widget. There's the info overlays, and this is check OBS. Oh wait, I changed the code, I think, in easy actions for this. Right, that then is actually changed in easy actions. In easy script properties, check OBS. Edit output. Okay, if true. Remove this if true statement. And it will immediately say audio, audio, audio because it would require, because my usual audio source is not connected. It is very clear that my VR headset is not connected, which is my usual audio, and it checks for that. And that doesn't work, so it just goes and doesn't give it more. That. Okay, so close. For checking for 8 hours on this. I was like, yeah, we're gonna do another 4, but we've made actually inroads here. Yeah, right, we wanted to check here in SimHubOBS, when did I mark them as discontinued? Right, was that already the case here? Yes, seemed to not work, okay. Well, blame. Probably a better idea is to go into history. Blame were always referred actually to the newest version. History and actions. Okay. Update to OBS 5.0 and then add a dropped frame support. Because we want to. Would like to see the file there. Well, I need to jump for 2 hoops then. To get to it. Right, and there it works still, I guess. Or. That is the init function, I don't want that one. Where are the declarators for all the things? Updates. Where do we create all the types? Oh, here, init. Right, I'm stupid. Reading comprehension some days, Lucas. Okay, and here are the event handlers. You can say transition. Transition list changes here in event. Totally functional. It's just it got axed with 5.0. So, but in 4.0 it still existed. However, I sourced a lot of like information back then through just brute forcing the information out of it and not waiting for like anything for an update to change. That was the old approach. When you go back here, you will immediately notice that this thing will be marked as not functional. Or I guess maybe I forgot it at the time. This is marked as not there. Actually, they are connected, but they are not marked as not working. Because I guess I haven't tested that yet. What are these commits that added? Audio processing, okay, that's done here. That's not it. Then significant optimizations. No, it wasn't declared there. Fix disconnect and reconnecting. Delay is in there instead of forcing it to happen. None of this is either declaring these as not functional. Okay, this does this. Smaller one. Okay, here you can see. Here this fixed OBS from crashing, added all of these handlers here, and it just listed that this is not working. Don't even know if like the functions that are written there would even do what they're supposed to at this point. It's not clear if they're now actually correctly triggering would fix everything. So yeah, let's just go to fixed additional events. This does compile, but like events. So to string, and then up here also the same thing to string. Boom. We've done it. These are only two small changes that need to be fix. Changed parsing, and then also fixed profile list, despite that I can't check it. Changed parsing. So stage this one as well and commit it. Commit staged. And push. Now we need to check over here if we can what was it? Pull request on this. I want to do briefly compare. Merge it to his, I want to merge it to mine. Able to merge SimHub. That opened in the same tab, so that's a bit of a problem. So I guess because we haven't done any changes to the other function, this should be able to merge into SimHub forked, and that would allow us to could just do that also on client here and get this done with. To have an idea of what this works with. It will be a bit painful when he updates this. I may need to like rebase the other branch and pull us all back together. That's gonna be fun. Right, we need to manage branches. We wanna I didn't want to actually do that. Do a merge on. Oh, we want to actually merge the other way around. Merge fix additional exceptions into SimHubOBS. Gosh. So this does now allow us to start running the SimHubOBS origin events. Alright. Okay, now this allows us now actually to finally compile this part. Good. Okay, you unset this. Because the part this will break is when the upstream changes are merged upstream. That's will break stuff. Probably when the pull request comes in. Right. We're gonna just not put up with that part for now. How many open pull requests does he have right now in his project? 4. Somebody had done the same thing I've done. God damn it. Oh, but this is stale for a while. This is back in 2022. Prevents to prevent me from pushing it. What is specifically so bad on this one? All's changed. It needs a special subscription, or it doesn't, so you can do. Ah, yeah, he does do implement a scenery identifier. That does get implemented here. Never used, okay. Response exception. How I would not send that on every single request you send. Doesn't that make sense to pass it outside? Yeah, this does a lot of stuff very similar to mine. Oh, but he combines them this way. Oh, that's interesting. Didn't know you could do that. That's neat. I didn't do that. Yeah. Yeah, it would have helped if I just looked at if somebody had done this, although this thing has been stale for a hot minute, to say the least. Oh, he identified what these are actually values wise. That's interesting stuff. Alright, that actually explains. And he has identified where the source of the information is. God, you start feeling like an idiot when someone else has solved this a long. No, we didn't want to search that, thank you very much. They do act very similar usually, but it explains what everything does. Ah! I have to be written up for being a fucking idiot. Well, we're not gonna make a pull request then. It exists. Someone smarter than me had actually done this already properly. Right, Jason, what this is. Input name. Channel level. Input levels, okay, a list of channel levels. Yeah, this is a lot more elegant than I have done so far. Can definitely improve on. Would break my OBS, but like, whatever, we're gonna have to deal with that at a later date. Great. Awesome. Well, I mean, I do have some changes in there that fix stuff that, like, hasn't been fixed yet. But, you know, we're gonna just leave it there. In this project. Or events that prevent me from pushing that I'll look into. And adding it that specifically, like, why would you not want the some incomplete to do section and identify section, as well as breaking backwards compatibility for the events that prevent me from. There's no backwards compatibility being really broken, but okay, fine. So this does this here, or that's also like a few times old. Files changed 6 of them. Is there any official branch right now? Looking. This branch is 71 commits by master. Okay, it's 71. This guy is not really, I guess, working on it. Although, no, there's no stale branch. Right. We are looking at stuff we don't need here. We're approaching the 8-hour mark. But deep in this. This does, however, help me. I'm noting that down for now. But we do need to again switch to fixed additional events, and I don't know, I don't want to commit it, but I need to note it down somewhere. Nothing is lost or gained if I... Where is it? Event arcs. Save this. This will show up as a changed file, but we're not doing any commits with it now. We're going back to SimHub, which does note that there are changes to this file here and to the submodule. The submodule is updated to a newer version. I'll commit those two. Maybe we could just, stash this change. No, I'm trying to blame, compare, modify. Stash it. Why can't I just stash it from the right click menu here? God damn it, why? Blame. Well, I could stage. No, you can just undo. I mean, if I switch branches, it offers me to stash the changes, I guess. So, that should do at least that. So I can continue to go back to here and then commit these. Now all work finally. Main changes here is re-edit. Okay. Oh wait, I have something in here that... Oh, we aren't really subscribing to the new events right now. Right, I forgot that part. Nearly committed something that wasn't even functional. Nearly. Save. Commits. and fix profile list. See if I don't know if that's even gonna. Profile list. Okay, re-edit support for audio volume and fixed sync collection and profile list. It's staged. Push. Okay then. That's oh wait, what? No, wait. Ah, wait, that was updated also in that commit, but the commit that it is pointing to obviously.net is still pointing to this commit here. It actually doesn't exist yet. It's not uploaded yet, so that's the thing. It's not uploaded right now, you can't even build it correctly. But if we look at the branches, which commit ID that is, yep, that is 23F04715, which aligns with the one this is pointing to, the current version. Good. Fine. Builds, we get audio events, just make sure. It shows up as an audio check. And no volume there, but we do get volume from my microphone, that's also good. What does it say again? It's like in terms of stream runtime at this point, because that data is here somewhere. Yeah, here 8 hours, 8 hours, 1 minute and 50 seconds. Hey, this has been a bit long. Render has missed only 194 frames. That was probably in startup. Output has not dropped a single frame. Encoder also not skipped a single frame. So what is left tonight? What do I want to check as a way out of this? Legacy LTMP I'm using right now? Okay. I didn't even notice that. Because that means I'm running RTTM, not RTTM FPS, instead I'm running RTTMP. That's fun to figure out this way. In any case, I think we have... Oh yeah, right, I wanted to briefly do a check with the current scene collection. Where is it in here? Scene collection untitled. Let us do a duplicate T. Okay. Where did you jump to? Scene collection? No, it didn't update. Pain. That doesn't work properly. It didn't do it. I literally fixed your codes. Why are you not working? Oh, that is hilarious. I mean, it should definitely arrive. Well, not profitless, but I've only done. You can only check this one. So we remove this one again. It doesn't trigger. What? Why? Didn't we fix this? Literally? God, I thought I fixed it. What the hell? Why is it suddenly no longer calling again? Callback just doesn't come through. What is happening? Scene collection list changed. Why is it not calling back? We're calling body.toString. This should work. Why are you not working? Huh? Okay, it's not even hitting this line. What? No, that's a new one. I've added a breakpoint here. It is not even hitting the breakpoint for it. Added the scene collection. What are you doing? Scene collection list changed. But it worked earlier. That's the weird thing. It worked earlier, like a charm, and now all of a sudden it just doesn't want to do it anymore. Hey? Hey, what is happening? Suddenly events get dropped? What? What is going on here? Was it because I subscribed to extra stuff that it actually gave me them, or why did they not work? They just never get called in events. Now that is incredibly strange. Because again, I tested this earlier and it just worked, but now it just doesn't work anymore. What is going on here? This is not quite right, and yeah, I tested with the volume events turned off. We can try with them turned off again. See if we hit stuff. Where we have here. So, copy this, re-identify. We're gonna just do a should cause it to disconnect and do a manual reconnect. So this should cause the thing to no longer be subscribed to the volume events. No, the volume meter is still working. What? No, that shouldn't happen. No. Oh wait, I forgot. when you forget to press the button. Yeah, that was for nothing again. Yep, snap to NAND because not the phone right now. Good. So, will we now get the event if we duplicate this? Holy shit, we do. So if you turn the volume events on, it suddenly makes other events disappear? I guess? This is not good. Like, no wonder this is not auto-subscribed when your system, like, breaks and you have events disappear. Something isn't right there. Or is it just my all subscription is breaking it? You know, that could also be the case. In any case, this event is triggering correctly. So, yeah, you're going in. Good, fine. Okay, right. Now, where do we begin? Where do we go here again? Where was it? The line. Oh yeah, there's the change mark. So we add this back in, but we only subscribe to all. We don't subscribe to the other two. Only to all. So we don't have to pick. Because I have a feeling that it might just not subscribe me to them correctly. Okay. Good. OBS, disconnect, reconnect. Oh wait, I forgot. Flush. Disconnect, reconnect. Go back to the properties. Sync collection. We are on T, so that is correct. But that's because we just reloaded. Remove this. That didn't hit. The all subscription is broken. When I re-identify and subscribe to all, something is dropped out compared to default. And it is seemingly these odd list subscriptions that just get removed for whatever the freaking reason. So that is fun, to say the least. Set. Let us briefly go into where was the function? No, it wasn't in here. Event subscriptions up here. So, and now let's use what they actually did there, which was for guy used here. Where was it again? Pull requests. Files changed. That's actually a re-identify function. Here it is, okay. For 9 more request fields. Oh yeah, that's register events. how this entire thing works. All equals these, because you use the same names I did. We can just paste this code over here. Okay, it does not like me changing this mid-runtime. Let's close it then. Okay. But yeah, clearly the all subscription broke something. Clearly something wasn't quite right there. That otherwise would be subscribed to, but like just wasn't suddenly. But that explains also how it like broke when I implemented the volume, because I would do the subscriptions there as well. Now, I subscribe to all again. Should get so we can check for some basic changes. Like for example, if we switch scene, does this update? Yep, it does. Okay, good. Scene collection. We don't have another one. Let's duplicate it and do the test. And that hits. So the weird way I had roundabout written my function broke it. Brilliant when you find that out. God. That's another change. That the probably is that's where was the collection? Yeah, that's the same collection, it works fine. Okay, back to H because we want to remove it again. Yes. Continue. Remove breakpoint. Remove breakpoint, we figured it out. It might, I still think it would have broken in the other case, but you know. I mean, yeah, we actually debugged it around that. But it broke. Problem was that now for some reason if you were subscribed to for the all event it would break everything. Because seemingly that gets a different number despite that it shouldn't. As far as my math is at least in my head concerned. Wait a second. No, that should still not break. These are int32s. And we're pushing a number only leftwards by say 10? By like 17. You could push them up to 32 to one direction. This is fine. int32 has a sufficient storage space for this stuff. Oh yeah, right, we need to restore in here the functionality to we need to resubscribe to the thing. Where is it? I'm scrolling for like ages through this thing to find the on update. Where's the callback from? Yeah, here it is. Okay. And so should probably still set a profile. What the scene collection? Flush. Okay. Disconnect. Reconnect. Try it out one more time. So this means we also have audio events now again. As you can see, audio is logging. Boom, hit again. Let's change, fixed, done. Oh, this works. Finally. Right. Okay, let's get back into the picture and here. Close it. No changes here, but Christ, there is another change on this one because the event subscription pool. I'm gonna carry that one briefly over here. Bring changes to fixed additional events. Continue checkout. Yep. Fixed. Fixed all subscription. Oh, my spelling has been today. All subscription not working properly and changes commit staged and push. So what we could do again, we could do something utterly elaborate now and oh, fuck it. We're gonna just merge this thing into it again. It's not quite right, but like better than nothing. Guess we don't have a choice in terms of the passport merging. Yes. I'll port that merge again. Merge. Okay, fine. The history. Okay, this should compile now, and we should have working stuff and everything. It changes when I flick back to SimHubOBS. There's a properly fixed. Properly fixed, so let's change the events not activating. Commit all. Push. Right, this is a good point to finally call it. I've overrun so much. I wanted to be done like 4 hours ago, I guess. But like it just flowed so well. We finished the UI. We got the audio events done. We did some changes to the OBS WebSocket, and now we have an existential crisis because someone else has done it before us, and honestly, kind of better. Not quite. In some ways, we could argue not as good, but like the guy figured out what these do, what these values here do, right? He did that. I couldn't. I mean, this is like a mess of like code. This didn't need to be there. In some ways, I guess. I mean, he does need to actually pass them like this. So yeah, I don't know. In some ways, he has to pass them like that, but like also, bruh. So yeah, this is. This has just been a bit of a train wreck, a bit. He definitely did in some ways a better job, and he still kind of complains. Did he do the identify section? Let's actually check on that briefly before we turn off. OBS WebSocket. Does actually IOBS define all the requests that are possible? Oh yeah, it does. So we would need to add our request also to this list, right? Okay. So I sent identify. There doesn't seem to be any to-dos to me. Maybe there will. Well, the code last got updated 9 months ago, so it is longer ago than this. And the code actually got lost in update November 12th. And he's like, hey, there's a to-do in this section. I'm like, no, there isn't. So I can reproduce sections in the identify section as well. As well as breaking backwards compatibility. So does he change the identify? I don't think so. He just he changes events here. He does stuff. Oh wait. Never mind, he does change it. Right. He does add registered events once this thing signs up, while I'm going in and just saying, look, you have to re-identify. You will have to call re-identify. I mean, in some ways better, but like... can I view file in this state? Yes, and identify. Is it send identify? Yeah, there's at the event subscriptions. But registered events is stored over the request section, not over here. So that is weird. And that's probably why he doesn't quite like it, because, you know, that's not stored where it's supposed to be, frankly. I just run re-identify. For those 5 people that need this thing, they can just, as I did, hook on the WebSocket connect function. So in case it disconnects and re-identifies itself, we can hook immediately onto it. So fork outside the repository. Yeah, I know. I know what I'm doing. Thank you very much. So this happens here. This has obviously to be changed here. In terms of incompatibility there. Can minimize the impact. It's just, I mean, anybody who imports this one does some stuff. Right. Okay then. We've talked enough about it. I could open my own, but like I need to get it to that level. I will say there's some stuff that needs to be identified correctly. Right. I think let's actually merge this window back to here. Or do we actually don't need to have it one over there as well? Okay. I'll keep one also of these here. Yeah, this is all looking good. Right. I think there were no changes needed. But in any case, fine. Okay. We added an icon also. It's also good progress. So, let's end this finally. I was supposed to perhaps do other things tonight, but man, we end up only doing this, and it sucks kind of. Oh, I've just noticed I'm still in the scene collection. That needs to be deleted. Oh yeah, okay. It threw me back into the scene that I was before. Good, fine. Well then. I will take my leave now. It was definitely, I would say, more productive than yesterday, but also Christ, we ran about for double the time. So you would hope there's actually something more done then. Next up would be, but this isn't quite done yet. There's one more part to do. That is implementing how these sources work. How the filters on sources work. So that we can toggle those. That will be the next step. And that will be quite a bit more difficult, you could say. I guess. Maybe. Okay. But yeah, that will be the main difficulty for the next one. Let me position myself a bit more centered. Right. Okay then. I could be racing tomorrow, but like I think I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna stream anything, I think, tomorrow. We're gonna be back on Monday, I think. That's what we're gonna go for. That sounds reasonable for me. Back on Monday, and we're gonna see what we'll do. Probably upload Alex on Monday. That sounds like a decent idea. Okay. Good night. Bye bye.